like to call this meeting of the Plaquemines Parish Council to order at 3:43 p.m. All right, machines are open for roll call.
Verbal, yes?
Just got to tap it.
Yes. All right, nine's on. All right.
With all present except for Kognovich and Gui.
Where do we go?
All right, Dan, we can go down the agenda, please.
Request the chairman begin with item 9C,
Thank you.
a resolution to provide employees group insurance coverages consisting of medical, vision, dental, and life for the policy period January 1, 2023 through December 31, 2023 on an employer-employee contribution basis of 72%, 28%, and otherwise provide with respect to Councilmember Coggins.
You have to come from the time that y'all offer.
Okay, offered by Roussel, seconded by Blink. Ms. Taylor, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. This legislation, all the council members were provided a packet with the rates for Blue. And today, the HR department sent over the resolution with the blanks filled in, and I provided those to Kim. If you have any questions, we are here to answer. I have Ms. Danica here in the audience to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mrs. Taylor. Ms. Ansardi, if you'd like to say anything about this, we're happy to hear it. If anybody has any questions for Mrs. Ansardi.
Thank you, Mr. Blink. Danica Ansardi, 275 Riverbend Drive, Belle Chase. As always, we went out into the marketplace to seek competitive bids with Blue Cross renewal of 8% increase from last year. We had two carriers, Aetna and Cigna, decline to quote, and the other two carriers that did quote, United and Humana, were not competitive with Blue Cross, as well as with dental and vision and life insurance. So we've done the due diligence, we spreadsheeted those quotes, we presented it to the committee, and it's the recommendation of the administration, the insurance committee, that we continue our renewal with Blue Cross.
Thank you so much for your efforts on this, and to the administration as well.
And the amount of increase to the government is approximately how much?
$254,000.
And that's the government share, employees pick up the other, so,
That's correct.
thank you.
Mrs. LaHaye?
Yes, Danica, Blue Cross is going to cover the dental also?
That's correct.
Okay.
Blue Cross will cover the dental.
All right. Are there any other questions about this matter?
Yes. Just to double check, is that a total of 8% increase for everything? Or is
No, 8% increase is for medical. Dental actually comes in at 6.5%, vision at 7%, and life insurance at 8%.
Repeat it one more time?
Sure. Medical is the 8% increase, dental 6.5%, vision 7.04 to be precise, and life 8.07.
Are there any other questions about this matter? All right. Sure, Mr. Henry, please.
I just want to know, on a life policy, do every employee get the same benefit?
Yes.
Could you tell the people how much?
I think it's 20. Yes. Active employees, 20,000.
Thank you.
And they can buy more, correct?
Through voluntary benefits, we do have that availability, yes.
Mr. Bartholomew?
Yeah. All departments agreed with your recommendation today.
There has been an insurance committee established over the last several years, Mr. Bartholomew, which is a representation of different departments throughout our workforce. And we meet several times during the year with information to provide them, to give them the ability to make a very informed decision as to what the process insurance carriers make in coming up with their renewal rates. And we also provided a survey, well, HR provided a survey to our employee base as to what was their preference if Blue Cross went up. Do they want to keep Blue Cross? Would they rather go with something less expensive but not have Blue Cross? And the survey said, we want Blue Cross.
So everybody had an opportunity to share this information.
Everybody had the opportunity to answer the survey. Yes, but again, Blue Cross is still the best carrier rate on the table for 2023.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I
Mr.
have.
Russell, do you have anything else to add?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, if there are no other questions from the board or the public, we'll go ahead and take a vote. Measure passes unanimously. Thanks again to Ms. Ansardi and the administration for this. Okay, we'll go ahead and do the board review now.
Item 1A, the Plaquemines Parish Council.
Keeps going off. I don't know.
Item 1A, Plaquemines Parish Council sitting as the Board of Review. Members, there are 6 items, 2 under oil and gas, 4 under real estate. Each appeal, and then the option will be there are 2 resolutions in your packet for each one. One resolution would be to uphold the assessor's assessment. The other would be to adjust the assessor's assessment. So item 1 under oil and gas, it is Phillips 66 Company, assessment number C002200. The assessed value is $93,049,490. If there's anyone here from Phillips 66?
What we've got with Phillips and T. Banker Host, or T. Parker Host, I always confuse that, is both of them have signed an agreement or made an agreement with the assessor's office that they will argue this at the state level. So I'd like to read into the record the agreement that we made. In regards to the presentation of evidence, and this is for T. Parker Host and the refinery, Phillips 66, it is the assessor's position that if a taxpayer has timely and properly followed the procedures for filing the appeal with the Board of Review in accordance with the Louisiana revised statutes and the Louisiana Tax Commission rules and regs, and the taxpayer choose to waive its opportunity to be heard orally at the Board of Review, this waiver will not prejudice the taxpayer's right to appeal to the Board of Review's decision to the Louisiana Tax Commission or to present evidence to the Louisiana Tax Commission. So that's where we stand on both of those oil and gas related properties.
Thank you, Ms. Hazel.
All right.
You need a motion to uphold the assessor's assessment on assessment number C002200.
All right, I'll make a motion.
I was looking for the resolution. Is there a resolution prepared to do that?
Should be a resolution in your packet.
It should be paperclip to the top of each of their packets.
I have one for the others, but I don't see that one.
Okay, we should have.
The resolution be a resolution by the Plaquemines Parish Council sitting as the Board of Review wherein the assessment as established by the Plaquemines Parish Assessor is hereby upheld and approved concerning Phillips 66 Company's request for review of assessment listed below and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Would you like to second it?
Second.
All right. Oh, I'm sorry, Arborough second. All right, I offered, Arborough seconded. Are there any questions about this matter?
What was the assessment?
93 million?
The assessed value was $93,049,490.
Assessment value,
That's the assessed value, yes.
the other one? What was the other one?
The other one, which is T. Parker Host, it's assessment number B030000, assessed value $12,795,823. I'm sorry. But for the record, I think you need to do the resolutions independently so that you'll have the record that goes up to the tax commission.
It's out, right?
All right, are there any other questions about this item before we take a vote? By either the
I
board?
have
Oh,
just-
go ahead, Ms. LaHaye.
You want us to fill this out now?
No, you just need to vote on one of them. Can I finish the rest?
And she'll note, the secretary will notate which council member made the motion, which seconded it, because you're not adjusting, so there's nothing else that has to change. So you're just voting on the resolution to uphold the assessor's assessment for Phillips 66 at this time.
Belinda, can you come up here again, please? I just want to get a clear picture. The 93 million, is that what the assessor's office assessed it at?
There's a form, a 3101 form that you all should have.
Yes, I do.
And it's got on there the assessor's assessment currently and what the taxpayer is asking for. And what we've done is we've got an agreement with them to not hear this here, but to hear this in Baton Rouge at the tax commission. So all you're doing is passing us on.
So for clarity and for the record, what is the taxpayer asking for?
Yeah.
I've got it right here.
Okay.
The taxpayer is requesting that the assessed value of the property, let's see,
The top one is assessed. Assessors. Is that 3101?
They're asking.
they believe that the fair market value for the parcel C002200 should be, wait, it says $339,218,581. The assessor determined the fair market value to be $620,329,933.
Correct. So we're just passing on to the tax commission. Both the taxpayers have agreed that they want to waive their right to be heard here.
And for clarity for folks at home, the schism here has a lot to do with that this refinery went through a major flood and has been shuttered, correct?
Correct. So we're still working on where it's supposed to be.
So if we vote in support, this will go through the state?
This goes, yes, the companies are asking to be passed on to the state, and the assessor's office has agreed to do that. And we've done that in the past for oil and gas wells and all sorts of properties. It just saves a step for them. They don't have to send down experts to us. We go to them and meet at the tax commission.
There's quite a bit of infrastructure still over there.
What's that?
Quite a bit of infrastructure still over there.
There is.
Did the company mention anything about efforts to revitalize that site?
They are talking, not per se, we talked numbers, but we haven't talked future.
Thank you. All right, Ms. LaHaye? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Belinda. All right, are there any other questions on this matter before we take a vote?
At the end of the day, what is the tax rate that they want Phillips 66, fill up the pay for the people?
It's not a request for a tax rate reduction. They're asking that the fair market value of the property be reduced to a lower number so that when you apply the...
I ask you what the amount they want fill up the pay for the people.
I don't...
I know you can answer that one.
Mr. Linda, would you have that figure?
Should be. Public information.
Go ahead, Russo.
The question is how much they would pay. We know that they are assessed at $620 million, and they're requesting $93 million. And he's trying to figure out what that extrapolates to dollars, but we don't know that, right?
No,
At this
and we
time.
don't know the number, so anything we do right now would be an absolute guess and a waste of time. They're just asking that it be heard in Baton Rouge, and we've agreed to that, and that's what we typically do with the bigger size
He's trying to
companies.
appease Mr. Henry. For the people, for the people, for the people, I got it.
All right.
A little early for that. We're going to get to it. Okay, anything else?
So thank you very much.
All right, thank
It's a
you.
very complicated, it's a very complicated one. This is the highest paying property tax owner in the parish. A lot of moving parts.
There are a lot of moving parts, yes.
All right. Are there any other questions before we move to a vote? All right. Hearing none.
Which one we voted on? Phillips, right?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
And the next one, which would also be subject to the agreement Ms. Hazel discussed, is this
Parker Host.
T. Parker Host, assessment number B030000. Currently has the assessor has an assessed value of $12,795,823. That's based upon a fair market value of $77,159,834. Property taxpayers requesting a reduction of the fair market value to $54,796,199. Y'all would need a resolution to uphold the assessor's assessment.
Second.
All right, offered by Roussel, second by Arborough. Are there any questions about this particular item by the public or by the board? All right, hearing none, going to vote. All right, again, 7-0. Thank you very much, Ms. Hazel.
All right. The next item under real estate, 1, Wilson Hildebrand. It's assessment number 1075300. Has an assessed value of $12,000. The fair market value was set at $120,000 by the assessor. The taxpayer requests a reduction of the fair market value to $106,000.
Go with mine. Take me a minute to set this up.
Mr. Hildebrand, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Will Hildebrand, 116 Pie Street, Belchase, Louisiana. Candidate for Council District 5.
Of course. Welcome.
Thank you.
Just anybody coming up after Mr. Hildebrand, if you could please be prepared to have your presentation ready. We have a lot on the agenda today.
Hopefully I get through this.
Do you know where I can find a house for $106,000 in Belchase?
Turn that on. Got to use my phone, right? You didn't change it? Okay. Excuse the delay, but we can't use the Parish system. I have to use my own.
Oh.
Where we're at here? Right there. This one? There it did.
Thank you. I want to thank Kim and Crystal and everybody that helped me set this up today. I hope I can get through it. I got a little PowerPoint thing. And so my home was damaged by Hurricane Ida on September 29, 2021. The wind tore up my roof shingles along the ridgeline of my roof, causing rain to flood into my home and the laminate flooring to buckle. 3 roofers indicated that my entire roof needed replacement and provided me with estimates. Also, the laminate flooring needs to be replaced, and I've also received flooring estimates. The lowest estimates for the total replacement for my roof and flooring is $13,400. The next slide will show a video from the Louisiana Tax Commission meeting of March of this year, and that was the day the Plaquemines Parish appeals were heard.
This is 36 minutes long?
No, it's 2 minutes. I'm starting on 36. It was an hour and a half long meeting of the Tax Commission, and this is where the Plaquemines Parish portion of it was. And this one actually deals with not actually my property, but the Suburban Club, which was here last year, and they actually won their appeal. I think our role today is to try to come up with a value, a damage value, for that what we're shooting for. Or are we shooting for a value prior to the damage and then let the...
Well, the statute's very clear. 47, 1978.1 says the assessor shall value the property in its damaged condition. It does not appear that the assessor valued the property in its damaged condition. By asking for the $842,845 value, that is not, unless the testimony is there is no damage, that the property was not valued in its damaged condition.
I think it's
And if
timing.
we were to if we were to uphold the $842,000 figure, and then you would go back and apply something for damage, what rights does the taxpayer have? Because his rights under his appeal rights deal with the Board of Review. He's basically at your mercy. If you, for example, he thinks it ought to be 0. Let's say you do 50% on the marina of what he wants. Just suppose that. He doesn't like that. He thinks it ought to be 0. What's his remedy? He can't come here because there's no procedure for that. I mean, I guess he'd end up suing you in district court would be his ultimate right. I mean, I think the problem here is the statute requires that the value should be in its damaged condition. Now, if your testimony is it's not damaged, then that's fine. But you're saying there is damage. You just want to apply the damage later. And that flies in the face of the statute.
Okay, that's the video. I can replay it for you guys at the end if you like. The Louisiana Tax Commission's main goal is to provide oversight and guidance to all assessors in Louisiana. It appears that in the video that the Plaquemines Parish Assessor did not want any guidance or oversight from the LTC Chairman, Lawrence Shahardy. Statute 47-1978.1 comes into play after disaster or emergency is declared by the governor. Get to this next slide. Okay, the next slide shows the appeal form, which is 3101, which y'all have in front of you, and what I'm asking for is the $13,400 reduction in my assessment. This is the amount I'm asking you to reduce my assessed value on my house by $13,400. I did not, and I still do not have insurance on my home, so insurance will not cover these repairs. Temporary repairs have been made to my roof to make it weatherproof for now. Eventually, the roof and flooring will be replaced when I can save up enough money. But given the current situation with skyrocketing inflation, it may be some time before all the repairs are completed. So the current value of my house in its damaged condition has been reduced by $13,400, according to the contractor estimates. I filed an application for residential disaster reduction with the Plaquemine Parish Assessor's Office after I received all the estimates from the repair contractors. The residential disaster reduction application is designed to reduce the amount of assessed value on a residence after a disaster, as spelled out by Louisiana Revised Statute 47-1978.1. Now, the reason I mentioned the residential disaster reduction application is because this whole proceeding before the Board of Review now could have been eliminated if the Plaquemine Assessor's Office would have processed the application as mandated by statutory law. Instead, the Assessor's Office has chosen not to process my application, landing us before you again to set a fair value on my damaged property. As part of the proceedings, after you file a disaster reduction application, the assessor must assess the property in its damaged condition. The assessor and her chief deputy came out and assessed my property in its damaged condition, but still refused to process my application, even though damage was verified. In Title 47, Section 1978.1, paragraph A-3 indicates, quote, in the event the request for change order is not agreed upon by the assessor or the property owner, the assessor shall mail to the property owner the assessor's determination of the assessed value. The property owner shall have 15 days from the mailing of the notification by the assessor to determination of the assessed value to contest the assessment to the LTC. All decisions by the Louisiana Tax Commission are final unless appealed to the district court within 15 days from the mailing of the decision by LTC. Okay, so nowhere in the statute of 1978.1 does it mention involvement of the Board of Review to have any decision-making process in the application for disaster reduction. The reason I mention this point is that the assessor's office alleges that I should have made my disaster declaration to the Board of Review at my appeal in 2021. My response to that is, number one, Form 3101, the appeal to the Board of Review, had already been submitted to the Council Secretary before repair estimates could be acquired and before the first scheduled meeting of the Board in September that was postponed to October. Number two, the application was not submitted yet. And number three, the Board of Review has no jurisdiction in disaster assessment as mentioned earlier. Okay, this is the reduction application. Next slide will show the actual revised statute 47, 1978-1. In Title 47, sorry, went through that one. Okay, so we're at the state advisory. That's the next slide. Okay, the Louisiana Tax Commission statewide advisory came out after Hurricane Ida. And I quote, pursuant to Louisiana RS 1978.1, if land or property, including buildings, structures, or personal property, are damaged, destroyed, non-operational, or uninhabitable due to an emergency declared by the governor, assessors shall assess land or property for the year in which the damage occurred.
Mr. Hildebrand, what are your main points? We've got a very full agenda, and we appreciate you being.
Okay, the main point is I'm asking you guys to reduce my assessed value by $14,500. But I know the assessor is going to come back with this point that I should have asked for this reduction last year, but there was no way to get the estimates together last year. If a little leeway here, a couple minutes here may save hours in the future. Max, your indulgence. I'm almost through.
Please carry on. We do have a whole lot to take care of today, though. We appreciate you being quick.
Okay. So, in closing, in the end, my home is worth less now than before Hurricane Ida. And until such time that I can afford to repair my home will be worth $13,400 less. Please vote to lower my assessment value. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hildebrand. Are there any questions about this item? Mr. Russo?
I don't have any.
Okay, no.
Actually, if you want me to. Will,
Yeah.
you know you can't buy a house back there for less than $200,000. Right?
I haven't bought a house.
I can tell you right now, you can sell that house every day for $200,000. I mean, if this is a $94.42 price tag to you in your pocket. So it's very difficult, you know, and I know you're my constituent, and I know that you're running for council, and I know all of those things. But in fairness, I think that the house is worth more than what they have it on the books for. And that, you know, that's, I didn't need to take this battle on, but, you know, it is what it is. And for $94.42, you know, I think that it should be paid, because I do know that the value of that house is way more than $120,000.
Can I answer?
Yes, of course.
So what we're dealing here today is not value of property. It's abiding by the law. The law states, and you saw the video from the chairman of the Louisiana Tax Commission, Lawrence Hardy,
Okay, so you're saying
stating that the property has to be assessed in its damaged condition with no value amount, no time limit.
I understand all of that.
So that's the law. We're talking about the law.
I understand what you're saying about the law, but the reality of it is, it's only $120,000. And, you know, I would have to say, what are you doing, putting this low value on this house?
No, wait.
I would say that.
She'll have her.
Okay, let's move on.
Got it.
But the $120,000 value was not set by me. It was set by the assessors organization.
And that's exactly.
The LTC staff appraiser came not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times and valued my property. Okay?
Well, send them to my house, because I could use a price like this.
Your house ain't up for this. But what I'm saying, no, wait, listen. I'm not asking anything out of the norm. This is not my appraisal. This is their appraisal. 4 times, twice last year and twice the year before, came up with $120,000. And all I'm asking is for the damage amount to be reduced on my assessment. It's the law.
I yield.
Now,
Go ahead, you can finish. I'll yield. I'm done.
Mrs.
I
Newberry?
mean, you got to deal with the facts. The facts are the facts. It doesn't matter the dollar amount of which you think a property is worth. You got to go by the law.
Mr. Hildebrand, you're correct, but for $93, and this goes to the state, you're going to have to spend gas money, you're going to have to spend travel time. Are you willing to do that for $93?
I am, because it's the law. Wait, now, you brought up that point. Now, if you recall, last year at this time, we came before you, and the assessor had an attorney with her. I don't see the attorney here today. I made a public request to see how much our assessor spent on that attorney. You willing to take a guess? You willing to take a guess?
This is ridiculous.
7 hours at $240 an hour equals $1,680 just for the attorney fees to contest a $200 tax bill, and they lost. And they lost.
How are you making a good argument for you becoming a council member if you're wasting public money like this?
I'm not wasting it. I'm trying to show how public money is being wasted. And if I'm a council member, I'll make sure it's not wasted like this.
All right.
Okay.
Are there any questions about this matter?
Can the assessor's office comment on this?
Sarah Taylor with the Assessor's Office. I'm not arguing the value. I'm just going to make 2 comments to clear us up. We did not set that value. The Board of Review set that value last year. We originally had it at $147,000 back in 2020 reassessment. The appraisal that was done was ignored and disregarded by the Louisiana Tax Commission themselves, and they upheld our value during the 2020 appeal. During 2021, Board of Review set the $120,000 value. We did comply with the law. We reduced Myrtle Grove, Ironton, and all of the areas that were destroyed. We are not intended to be insurance policies or hurricane deductibles. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Taylor. Ms. Newberry, you have anything else? No? All right. Okay, if there's no other comments on this matter, we'll go ahead and take it to vote. And for clarity, Danny, a yes vote is and a no vote is.
Well, someone would have to make a motion for either the resolution to uphold the assessment or the resolution to adjust the assessment.
I will make the motion to uphold the resolution.
Okay, all right. Ms. LaHaye makes a motion to uphold and seconded by Newberry. All right. All right, the machine's open. It passes 7-0.
Next item is assessment number 1233450, Michael and Melissa Nance. The assessed value is $47,092. The assessor has the fair market value at $470,920. The taxpayer is requesting a reduction in the market value to $152,420.
I'm not contesting my improvements value. I'm only appealing for the land value this day. My land value assessed at $10,000 an acre in 2019, and in 2020, my land assessed value has increased to $32,000 per acre. Nothing changed on my land in that time frame, and the only change is that 2020 was a reassessment year. 3 of my closest neighbors, DSLD Homes, Maple Leaf Lands, Cypress Parks, all are assessed at $8,000 an acre to the penny. I would like my undeveloped land to be assessed at the same $8,000 an acre like my lands my neighbor's undeveloped lands. These properties would be considered comparable properties. Most of these lands have been sold in the last few years, therefore qualifying them as recent sales that currently should be used to set the value for similar unimproved land in the immediate area like ours. During negotiations with the assessor on my land value, I was informed that a 40-acre minimum was needed to qualify as undeveloped land. But when I made a formal request for the documentation showing the 40-acre qualification because I couldn't find it, I was informed by the assessor's office that they were not in possession of any such information designating the 40-acre rule. So I'm asking that my 13 acres land value from $422,000 to $104,000, which would put the value at my undeveloped land in the line with my closest neighbor's undeveloped land. Thank you.
I have a question.
Ms. LaHaye?
Yes, Ms. Nance, before you, in these documents, I see one document has 3222 Main, one document has 3203 Main, and then there's the Vista Drive. So
Okay, my original residence was on Vista Drive. At some point, it was 3203, what you mentioned. That was removed because when you go down the street, that number I was on the wrong side for an odd number. It should have been even.
okay,
So it got changed.
so then it became 3222.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Hi, Sarah Taylor. The mass appraisal process requires a specific area and item classification. Undeveloped land is not a legal term. It is an in-office policy, in-office term. It is reserved for typically developer entities, and they're going to incur a cost of developing the property. They're typically much larger tracts than 13 acres, and they have the intent of subdividing the tracts. As y'all, if you're familiar with Ms. Nance's property, it's in the middle of the area off of Woodland Highway and Main Street. So the property is one of its kind. The surrounding properties are utilized for commercial or developmental purposes. This property is neither. It's comprised of 13 residential acres, and the owner is requesting a value of $104,000. The current value on the land is $422,000. That's approximately $32,000 an acre. During the process, numerous sales and listings were analyzed. There's a sale near Ollie Drive, sold for $190,000. It was 6 acres. That's $31,600 per acre. It has similar ingress and egress, no sewage available, and it's below the flood wall. Highway 23, down by Jesuit Bend, $650,000 sale for 18 acres. That comes to $34,500 an acre. These support the value assessed on this property. Due to the limited sales, we also analyzed when she purchased the property. It was purchased in 1999 for $325,000. That comes to approximately $25,000 per acre. It was listed on the MLS, and it was on the market for $194 days, I'm sorry. All research indicates property values have increased since that time. 101 Noble Drive, this is not a comparison, it's an indication that property values have increased. 101 Noble Drive sold in 1999 for $102,000, that was 1 acre. 101 Cambridge sold in 2020 for $220,000. That's a 116% increase. We reviewed all of this information, sales, listings. We are confident with 50 years of appraisal experience, $32,000 an acre is a fair assessment. Thank you.
Ms. LaHaye, do you have anything else? Okay, Ms. Newberry?
Ms. Taylor, she mentioned the community behind her, what's it called?
DSLD.
Yeah. So is that true? Is it $8,000 an acre?
So those are on for $8,000 an acre, but they are incurring the expense. We have dismissed the sales in everything because they're selling for $250,000 an acre to DSLD. DSLD changes There's been 120 transactions on that assessment, buying and purchasing so quickly you can't keep up with it. So it is, but it changes by the day, basically.
So do you think that she's not, I mean, you're saying she's being treated fairly, but in her sense, because she's neighbors with that community, how is she being treated different versus her neighbor?
So the purchaser, she has to have the intent to develop it. So right now, it is fair because anybody who would want to buy her piece would be looking for another rural land, 13 acres. Those people purchased over 100 acres, minimum of 50 acres, and they paid $17,000 per acre. But we have ignored those sales because of the quick transactions on them.
Thank you, I yield.
Mr. Rousseau?
Yes, so this in-office policy, we've had this over the years, and people, how many years can you put cows on the property before you are assessed at a value as the fair market value in the surrounding area?
So you're talking about use value, which you would apply for, and you can apply for use value anytime.
So she could put cows on there and apply for use value and get the $8,000 an acre?
I'll allow Ms. Nance to answer that.
Well, let me say this, when we're talking about all of this acreage, and I don't know how many years can the developer sit on it before they have to develop it to lose that benefit that they are receiving at $8,000 an acre?
The developer is getting a different, that's not the same classification. You're talking about agricultural. Developer is people that are buying larger chunks of land with the intent to do it. So that's higher than an agricultural use.
And so how many years do they get to sit on that land before their value goes to a different value?
When the use of the land changes.
So it could be 20 years, 30 years?
And reassessment, we concentrate on certain things every reassessment. In 2016, we had new software. We changed the technology, the way we did things. In 2016, we concentrated heavily on commercial properties and bringing those up to current values. In 2020, we looked at more rural communities and bringing those values up to par. So every reassessment, we focus on something new. We're a small office, so there's only so much we can do.
So her property is not zoned agricultural?
It is zoned agricultural.
So what's the difference between her agricultural and the acreage next door that's agricultural, other than you say it's use?
You have to apply for it.
So I'm going back to my original question. If she applies and puts some cows on it, then she's going to get reevaluated?
Yes.
Yes, I just have to show a profit.
You don't have to show, you have to show a profit?
The assessor's office does not get information. The law does not allow us to take that unless it's less than 3 acres.
And the profit threshold is it $2,000 or $2,500?
Yes.
So if you had a couple beehives and sold your honey, you could play their game and get out of all of this. It's ridiculous. There's one example in Empire that straddles both LA 23, LA 11, Bayou Bandit Road. It's assessed for $252. It's many, many acres. My friends are paying $600 right down the street.
I didn't set the law.
There are numerous examples around Plaquemines Parish of this. And it's, this woman is trying to live in the woods with some peace. There's all kinds of stuff being developed around her, and now her taxes are going through the roof. It's just, this place is changing. It's just going to be a suburban place. And that's the way it seems.
Well, the way I see it, though, is, if you got plenty of money and you can buy a bunch of acreage and put some cows on it, then you get that benefit. But if you don't ask for it, Ms. Nance, you're not going to get it. So are you going to ask for it? You want to come to the mic?
At the moment, because of the profit issue that I wasn't sure about the threshold, because of the profit issue, I wanted to ask for a fair assessment first, because I don't see why I wouldn't be entitled to a fair assessment, and that was my intention. I did not know that the threshold was that low. But why, I guess it upsets me that I have to turn a profit, create a business and turn a profit to keep my agricultural experience when next door there is no cost for my neighbors for land that is.
Right, and back to that $250,000 acre sale price that you mentioned, that's with a home on it, isn't it?
DSLD, CP1 bought the property from, I guess, the Bat family. CP1 paid $17,000 an acre. CP1 incurred the infrastructure costs, turned around and sold acreages to DSLD for $250,000.
With the improved streets and all on it?
With the streets, right. But we're not looking at the $250,000 an acre sale price either. It's not a legitimate price because he's turning around and selling them for $60,000 a lot at $8,000. So that increased $7.2 million to the tax roll just for selling the land to DSLD, or DSLD selling to the owners. So it's an anomaly that we're ignoring the DSLD and doing what we're required by law.
I have a question.
Are there any other questions on this item?
I do.
Yep. Oh, Ms. LaHaye?
Yes. Ms. Nance? Yes. Aren't there some other properties, some of the other acreage around you, or maybe I should be asking them. In other words, besides the DSL property, what about the other, there's some other agriculture acreage around her? What are they being assessed at?
Agricultural land is set by the state. We don't have, all we can do is accept the application. We're the strictest assessor's office in the state as far as ag use. We request that people who apply for use value submit any supporting documentation they can. We ask them to draw something indicating what crops, what agricultural they're getting. And believe me, I ask all the other assessor's office about this. It's a touchy subject, but so agriculture can include marshland, bees, anything, cows, horses. So the people they're surrounding, they're applying, they submit the application, they submit their supporting documentation, whatever evidence they can.
They don't have cows on them. I've driven up and down all those lanes.
I don't know exactly which piece you're looking at.
Well, if you drive down Main Street, there's gravel roads you can drive back, and you have to back out of. Never did see a cow.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm asking you, is her assessment higher than those? She's surrounded by,
Yes, it is.
surrounded by a lot of acreage, but a lot of it is undeveloped down one whole side of her house. It's not developed. It's sitting there, and it's supposed to be eventually developed, but there are other pieces of property that are not developed that are adjacent to that.
If the owners have applied for use value, that's what it's used. That's what it has.
What do you mean use value?
They submit an application to the assessor's office saying they notarized, verify that they're using it for some sort of agricultural purposes.
Okay.
Use value is established by the legislature.
I think she needs to check because there's a bunch of properties along there.
There's a lot, and there's a couple in Empire that are egregious. I mean, it's just wildly different than what residential lots are paying, right?
And that's set by the legislature. That's set at the state level. So we even have the people who fill out the use value forms have it done in front of a notary. But it's a state law. If they make the application to do that, that's the value that goes on. And yes, it's substantially different from market value.
So if she plants certain trees, she doesn't have to have a cow. She can plant certain trees.
Any use that's considered agricultural. So people, as somebody was saying, have bees, and people have cows, and people have sunflower farm or whatever. But yes, But it's not our office making that designation or coming up with that. It's them filling out an application.
It's a privilege. It's different than the market values. It's a privilege.
Okay.
Based on a business.
All right, are there any questions about this item? Mr.
I do.
Brown?
I have.
Oh, Mr. Balthami, go ahead, please.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
The process for agriculture is have to be business? You have to have a license? Well, wait now. All right, all right. I'll take that up later with the assessor's office then. All right, I'm getting into that.
All right, Mr. Hildebrand.
Yes, in 2019, her 13 acres was assessed at $10,000 an acre. In 2020, the reassessment year, it went up to $32,000 an acre. Went from $10,000 to $32,000 an acre. Nothing happened on the land. Nothing changed, but the value tripled. So what she's asking for is just the value of all her neighbors' land. And all three neighbors are assessed at $8,000 an acre.
All right, Mr. Henry?
Hey, man, Nance, I've been living around that area all my life. Hey, don't let them run you. Stay there.
Are there any questions about this particular item? Any members of the board would like to offer?
Yeah, I'll offer to move with this motion for a resolution to approve the assessor's assessment.
And I would like to offer the competing resolution here.
Adjustment?
I think you need a motion, a second, and then you could make a substitute.
I'll second Trudy's motion.
All right, offered by Newberry, seconded by Arborough. Any questions?
Okay, explain the vote.
Right, so he would have to make a. So, all right, so what's before the board now is a motion on the resolution to uphold. You could just vote on that, and if it doesn't pass, then move on to the next one, or someone could make a if your goal was to consider the adjustment, you can make a substitute motion to approve the resolution with the adjustment, and you'd have to fill in the value you want to add, and then you'd need a second. And the substitute motion would have to be voted on first.
Penny, you going to make a substitution?
Go ahead, I'll make it.
Okay. No, I'm asking you, go ahead and read that in.
Trying to figure out.
You got it? Found it?
Yeah, this one right here. A resolution by the Plaquemines Parish Council sitting as the board of review wherein the assessment is established by the
Okay, the mic's on. You need to pull it down, please.
Can we go one more again here so the secretary can transcribe this later, please?
A resolution by the Plaquemines Parish Council sitting as the Board of Review wherein the assessment as established by the Plaquemines Parish Assessor is hereby approved concerning, that's the only, I have two saying the same thing.
Yeah, it should say.
I'll make a substitute motion that we accept Ms. Nance's request.
Second.
All right, the substitution has been offered by Roussel, seconded by LaFrance.
You have to vote on the substitute first.
Let's vote on the substitution here.
I think I'm voting right. This is the substitute. I don't know if I'm voting right.
Substitution is changed.
So what's before you is a vote on the substitute motion to adjust the assessor's valuation, accepting the fair market value of $152,420 as applied by the taxpayer.
So, everyone understands what they voted for? Does anyone want to, y'all okay as the vote is right now? I can close it? Okay.
2.
Motion passes with Arboro and very dissenting here. All right.
7, D, 6, no.
All right, next on the agenda, please.
All right. No, the substitute passed, so we don't have to move forward on the other motion. All right, the next item is assessment number 1601412, assessed value $12,992. The assessor set the fair market value at $12,992. The taxpayer seeks a reduction in fair market value of $10,500. This is Michael Vaught.
Vote.
No.
Is Michael Vogt here?
I haven't seen him.
Okay, all right.
He's essentially waived his right to make a presentation. Is there a motion?
All right, I'd like to offer, anybody like to second this?
Which one? To uphold or to adjust?
Uphold.
Second.
Second by Arboro. Are there any questions from the board or from the audience on this matter? All right, let's call a question. All right, it passes with Mr. LaFrance voting against.
And the last one, assessment number 105770, taxpayers Michael Vaught, assessed value is $19,031. Taxpayer, the assessor set the fair market value at $21,899. Taxpayer seeks a reduction in fair market value to $19,000. Mr. Vaught?
Go ahead and offer.
To uphold?
Offer to uphold, second by Arboro. Any questions, the audience or from the board? All right, the machine is open.
So just 15, 20.
All right, Mr. LaFrance voting against, but all others in favor? Passes.
Item number 2, executive session, there is none. Item 3, proclamations, you do have one. A proclamation declaring the month of October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month and October 26, 2022 as the Paint the Parish Pink Day in the Parish of Plaquemines. Councilmember Blank.
All right, I'd like to offer as read.
I'd like to offer a unanimous second.
Unanimous second?
All right, seems like there's much agreement up here. We'll go through.
Read the proclamation. A proclamation on motion of Councilmember Blank, seconded by all council members, and on roll call, all members present and voting yes, and the following proclamation was unanimously adopted. A proclamation declaring the month of October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month and October 26, 2022 as Paint Plaquemines Parish Pink Day in the Parish of Plaquemines. Whereas, while considerable progress has been made in the fight against breast cancer, the Parish of Plaquemines is committed to raising awareness about breast cancer and the impact it has on our loved ones, friends, colleagues, and community members. And whereas breast cancer remains the most commonly diagnosed cancer and the second leading cause of death among women in the United States. Each year it is estimated that more than 222,000 women in the United States will be diagnosed with breast cancer and more than 40,000 will die as a result of the disease. And whereas October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, Plaquemines Parish has an annual campaign to increase awareness about the disease. And whereas during this month we affirm our commitment to support breast cancer research and to educate all citizens about its risk factors, detections, and treatment. And whereas as we wear Plaquemines Parish pink shirts to raise awareness, we also support those courageously fighting breast cancer and honor the lives lost to the disease. And whereas this October, we recognize breast cancer survivors, those battling the disease, and their families and friends who are a tireless source of love and encouragement, and applaud the efforts of our medical professionals and researchers working to find a cure for this deadly disease. And whereas Breast Cancer Awareness Month / Paint Plaquemines Pink Day is an opportunity to unite all citizens in our community to prevent breast cancer deaths through increased education and regular screening. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Plaquemines Parish Council, represented by its duly authorized Vice Chairman, Richie Blink, and by concurrence of the Parish President, Kirk M. Lapine, representing the Plaquemines Parish Government, that it hereby declares the month of October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month and October 26, 2022 as Paint Plaquemines Parish Pink Day in the Parish of Plaquemines.
Thank you very much, Danny. Mr. President, you'd like to say a few words?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Council, for bringing this proclamation forward. It's very important to a lot of folks around here. We just want to let you know we sold 205 shirts, and we raised a total of $2,130 to fight breast cancer, and that's all of Plaquemines Parish pitching in. And on October 26th of this year, we asked everyone who did participate in this program to please wear your shirt. We're going to have the Plaquemines Pink Out Day. So we just want to recognize those people who helped funded this, and we continue to work to fight this deadly disease. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. All right, go ahead and take a vote.
I have a.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Levy. Go ahead.
When will the shirts be in? I ordered one, but.
Next week.
Probably tell you.
Ms. LaHada, shirts will be in on October 19th.
You'll.
We will receive them at Building 100. We will separate, pack them, and get them to those who bought.
All right, we take a vote.
Councilmember Bartholomew. Councilmember Bartholomew. Thank you.
Motion passes unanimously.
Next item, number 4, status report by the Parish President.
Oh, wait, can,
Oh.
tell you what, there's some folks that are waiting.
Yes.
Mr. LaFrance?
Yes, could we move to items seeking suspension?
Absolutely.
Item 11, introduction of resolutions, suspension is being sought. Is that?
Yes.
So there's one item, a resolution urging the removal of Registrar of Voters Sharon Brannon by the State Board of Elections. Oh, well, it's the only one I've got.
Yeah, that's the only one I know of.
He wants to add it?
Kirk? Mr. President, if you'd like to wait, we could do the civil service thing next.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I think she was looking to go back to the office.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion for suspension to add something to the agenda, a resolution.
All right, Mr. LaFrance would like to make an offer to suspend the rules to add something to the agenda. I'm happy to second that.
It's the resolution reaffirming the Plaquemines Council objection in opposition to the final environmental impact statement hereafter EIS for the Mid-Barrett Area Sediment Diversion project, which was previously objected to and opposed during the draft stage of this very same document, and said opposition adopted by the Parish Council via resolution number 21-99.
All right, offered by Mr. LaFrance, seconded by Russo.
And that's just to add it to the agenda. That would take a unanimous vote.
All right. This needs a unanimous for it to be considered today.
Yes.
Councilmember Bartholomew.
All right, all in favor for the suspension?
So, consideration of resolution reaffirming the Plaquemines Parish objection in opposition to the final environmental impact statement hereafter EIS for the Mid-Paratary Sediment Diversion Project, which was previously objected to and opposed during the draft stage of this very same document, with said opposition adopted by the Parish Council via resolution number 21-99.
Could you read the entire?
Sure. Whereas the Coastal Protection and Restoration Authority is proposing the Mid-Barataria Sediment Diversion Project, and whereas while the loss of coastal wetlands is a valid concern, the resolution or remediation of that problem must avoid ancillary damages to the people and wildlife of Plaquemines Parish, and whereas the environmental impact survey related to the Mid-Barataria Sediment Diversion Project indicates that the project will do harm to the wildlife and fisheries of Plaquemines Parish. Whereas the environmental sediment efforts related to the potential harm caused by the current proposed Mid-Barataria Sediment Diversion Project are insignificant, and whereas the proposed Mid-Barataria Diversion Project is not a cost-effective method of rebuilding our coast, and whereas dredging the Mississippi River and pumping the dredge material was not considered as an option, which may be more cost-effective and efficient method of rebuilding our coast. And whereas the potential benefits in minimal land development are far outweighed by the unremediated damage that the Mid-Barataria Sediment Diversion Project will occasion to the people and wildlife and fisheries of Plaquemines Parish. And whereas the long-term damage occasioned by the Mid-Barataria Sediment Diversion Project to the wildlife and fisheries of Plaquemines Parish will destroy the livelihoods of countless Plaquemines Parish businesses and people. And whereas the final EIS that has been prepared to analyze the potential impacts of the proposed project and a range of reasonable alternatives, including no action on the natural and human environment, and whereas the 7 alternatives carried forward for evaluation in the EIS, 6 of those alternatives were for sediment diversion and 1 for no action. And whereas the destruction of those livelihoods will lead to the loss of Plaquemines Parish tax revenues that are used to fund vital services to the people of Plaquemines Parish, and whereas now that the EIS has moved from draft form to final EIS, the Parish Council is compelled to reaffirm the objection to CPRA approval of the EIS, and whereas the finalization of the EIS means that the response period for comment and change on the EIS has now passed, and whereas the final version of the EIS is now moving forward towards signature and acceptance by CPRA with associated permitting. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Plaquemines Parish Council that the purpose of this resolution is to reaffirm the objection to the final environmental impact statement EIS for the Mid-Barataria Sediment Diversion Project, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana.
I so offer.
Unanimous second?
No.
I'll second.
Offered by LaFrance, seconded by Newberry. Are there any folks from the public or from the board that would like to speak on this item?
I have this.
Step up to Mike. Good afternoon, Mitch.
How are we gonna vote?
Good afternoon. My name's Mitch Jurisic, and I really appreciate the council bringing this back up. And, you know, it does go beyond opposing this draft, this final EIS. And there's some parts of it that, you know, tell the truth and what it's going to really do. But in essence, you know, I would hope that we can, in the future, look towards opposing this thing as a whole, you know, appealing to the core not to issue this permit, because that's going to be the next step in the process. We didn't get a whole lot of comment time. They did give comment time for the final EIS. It doesn't make sense because it's a final EIS, so they're not going to change anything. So I don't even know why they gave us a comment period. Doesn't make sense. But I hope in the future, you know, if they continue to move forward, that we can come back to y'all and ask that we oppose the issuance of that permit, ask the court not to issue that permit. Thank you.
Mrs. LaHaye?
No, I'm.
Denny?
Yes, at the last meeting that we had, there was a discussion about asking for an extension of the comment period. Has any effort been made on that part?
We have sent out a request.
You can come to the
Mr.
mic.
Helmer, please.
I had made a request through CPRA, but they pretty much indicated that the comment period's not going to be, the comments are not going to be added or evaluated for the final draft because it is final. So all the questions that was answered previously are there, but they're not going to really answer anymore. I guess it's just a formality where they went through this 30-day period. Don't really understand it, to be honest.
So what is the purpose of the, you don't know, they don't explain it, but there's a 30-day comment period for what?
I have no idea. They're not sure why, CPRA is not sure why the comment period was posted
So
also.
is there still, if there's no rational reason why, is there a request to extend it?
There was a request to extend it, but that's on the Corps' desk.
It's on the Corps' desk now?
Yes, it's up to the Corps, because at this point, if the Corps accepts final.
Could you provide us a copy of the letter that was submitted for the
Yes.
extension? Thank you.
I'll shoot you the email.
And also, we had an oyster task force meeting on Tuesday, and we are also sending in a comment, asking for an extension. You have to do that with the Corps, it's not CPRA, because now it's in the Corps of Engineers' hands. So we're asking for another 30 or 60-day extension, which we're pretty much sure. The whole thing, just like we said, we don't even understand what the comment and why they even offered a comment period on a final version of something. It just, I don't know, it didn't make sense to us, but we are, as an oyster industry, applying for hopefully an extension to that comment period. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Council. George Kavanagh, CEO of Gulf Coast Resource Coalition. We're a public policy nonprofit, and we've been involved in this opposition to the Mississippi River diversions for a long time. I will just make one comment. Of course, reaffirming what Mitch just said, it will be to the Corps to request an extension, but I would highly recommend the Council as a body request that extension. The EIS came in at over 10,000 pages long. And there was some slight additions in flowery language to try to make the detriments of this project sound a little better from the third-party contractor. But one of the most critical parts of this comment period, which out of nowhere came because that's normally not part of the national environmental process, is the administrative record that goes along with this permitting decision and any potential litigation that might need to be fostered in the future. So we would highly recommend taking advantage of this comment period that they've offered and requesting that extension to review that EIS fully to make sure nothing's missed for the people of Plaquemines, and not only Plaquemines, but for the entire Gulf Coast for that matter. So appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So does the resolution have any language in there to ask for an extension of the comment period?
Is that to the Corps?
And is it to the Corps, correct? I'd like to make the amendment if not. The question is, the resolution is to the Corps of Engineers?
It actually didn't have any instruction with regard to directing it, but you could add an additional be it resolved clause that it be forwarded to, and then.
Well, I would make the amendment that it be forwarded to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and also include now therefore be resolved that we hereby requesting a formal extension of time due to the length of this environmental impact statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that offer.
Ms. Kavanaugh.
Good evening. My name is Joanne Dusang, and this period of comments to the Corps or to the CPRA has got no effect or has had no effect on them. They have proceeded to go on with this project. I live in Myrtle Grove. I have a big stake in this thing. They're going to do some ungodly thing to Myrtle Grove, raising the bulkheads, raising our docks, and then killing all the fish, killing all the dolphins, killing all the crabs, and killing all the oysters. I feel sorry. I don't do any kind of fish. Well, I fish, but I don't have any kind of business in fishing or crabbing or oysters. But I really feel for the people down there that do have this for their living. As Plaquemine Parish, we cannot let this go on. We cannot. We have to bucket every way that we can. We have to. I get so emotional with this thing because it's going to hurt so many people. I have gone head-to-head with Chip Klein. I have gone head-to-head with all of them, and they say, well, nothing's going to change your mind, Joanne. I said, no. because nothing's going to stop you from killing everything down here that's precious to us down here. I don't know what else to say, but you have got to do something. You have got to at least fight for us. Fight for the people of Plaquemine Parish. Again, dredging. I've gone through this with a lot of people. Dredging is the answer. 5 years, you could have enough land down there to stop a lot of this incursion of the water. Not 50 years. Think about it. 50 years to build a few thousand acres of land? What do they think that a big hurricane comes by? The last hurricane, I had all the marsh grass underneath my house. How's that going to hold the land that supposedly this 50 years is going to build? We're not going to be here in 50 years, or most of us anyway. It's ludicrous. Not when they have the opportunity to do it another way, and that's dredging. You know, I don't have anything else to say, but please help us.
Yes, I understand. My position on this is based on reading some of the environmental impact statement impacts. And, you know, when I read that the impacts are minimal to negative for land building and protection and the effects on the river and socioeconomic impacts as well as on the dolphins and all, they're all basically minimal to negative impacts. So it's hard for me to believe why the Corps would issue a permit to build a negative impacting project that has so much negative to it, especially when they know that projects like Spanish Pass and the Barrier Island projects that have been built and dredged with dredges, and you put the dredge out there and the next day or the same day you're actually pulling a bulldozer out there to move the sand around is beyond me, because as you said, for Hurricane Katrina, you know, we lost many square miles of marsh and land, and we're going to do the same with the next hurricane.
Absolutely.
So it doesn't make much sense to me. I think that what's happened is that the state has climbed out on a limb so far and spent so many millions and millions and maybe a couple of $100 million on this project that they could be embarrassed to crawl back.
Well, with their bright minds on this report, there's 5 things out of 13,000 pages. There's 5 things that's going to be detrimental to it. It's going to kill the dolphins, the fish, the shrimp, the crabs, and the oysters. And this is, they went through 13,000 pages to tell us the same thing we've been knowing all this time. Now, who gets paid for this? I mean, where's the money? And where's the money go? Why don't they build land instead of doing a report that we can tell them in 5 seconds what it's going to do? And anybody that lives down here and has an industry in that, they have said it time and time again. I talk about this a lot at my office because I have people that come in from down the road, and they all just know that this is going to happen. 5 years ago, they said this is what's going to happen. I don't know how to stop it. I really don't, but we've got to try. I mean, we've got to build the land. We've got to do it in 5 years, 10 years, not 50. You know, 50 years from now, we're not going to care. And no one's going to know why. It took millions of years to create this land, not 50 years. So all I ask is that you pass this resolution saying, no, we don't want this. We don't need this. We don't need to destroy us for Orleans Parish when you can do. Everything is about Orleans Parish, not about us. I don't know what else to say, but thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
Ms. Newberry.
Yeah, I just want to say, you know, when I was elected, I wasn't sure what direction I was going with on this project because, in my eyes, it was about protecting Plaquemines Parish, protecting Jesuit Bend, and just listening to the voices in the livelihoods that we have down in Jefferson Parish. I'm sorry, Plaquemines Parish. You know, realizing how this is an important project of not to develop. So after really following up with everyone and having conversation and listening to the detrimental impact that this has on our parish, and as we said, they could have built this already in the past few years. All the money they've spent, they could have been built this for Plaquemines Parish, and we would have been protected already. But yet they decided to waste money and put money in their pockets to benefit the state and to say, hey, look at the project we did. I don't think it's a good project. I think we need to keep fighting. I hope Danny corrects this resolution, as Mr. Roussel said, and we need to move forward with it. Thank you.
Mr. Riggs?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Council, my name is Captain George Ricks. I'm president of the State of Louisiana Coalition, and I appreciate the council bringing this measure up again, and hopefully you'll pass this resolution. In answer to Mr. Roussel's question about why the comment period, the Corps asked for this 30-day comment period. The CPRA didn't. The Corps wants more input on the EIS, and they asked for this 30-day comment period. Whether they'll grant an extension is hard to say, but that's up to the Corps. But in respect to the EIS, what we have to object to and what we have to look at, this project, by the own admission, if it works as planned, in 50 years, we're going to get 13,000 acres. The no alternative issue in the EIS, why dredging is not included, I have no idea, because since the BudMap program started by the Corps in 2007, they've created 45,000 acres in 15 years. This is what we need to do. The Lake Bourne Marsh Creation Project we have going on in St. Bernard, 2,700 acres they're going to create in 3 years at a construction budget of $61 million. That's a fourth of what they're going to build in 50 years at 4% of the cost. You know, this is a money grab in response to how much money has been spent already on this project. My estimate is over $150 million already in engineering design, and not a shovel has been turned other than the soil borings taken at the objection of this parish. I just appreciate y'all bringing this up again, and I hope you pass this resolution. Thank you.
Mr. LaFrance?
Yes, I've been arguing against this for several years now, and you go to those meetings with CPRA, they hear you, but they're not listening. They hear you, but they don't listen. But I want the people to realize that this is going to impact everyone in Plaquemines Parish. Because once you're going to start diverting that water from the river, that means that the level of the river is going to go down. And as of now, we are dealing with saltwater intrusion. So you're going to have a freshwater diversion. You got Neptune Pass, you got Mardi Gras Pass, you got South Pass, you got Southwest Pass. So I want you to know that everyone for the drinking water of Plaquemines Parish, you're going to be impacted. Even the state of Mississippi, and a lot of people say Mississippi is slow, even the state of Mississippi is against this. Even the state of Mississippi is against this.
Even Texas.
Again, everyone is going to be impacted. Right now, I don't see how the freshwater conversion is going to deal with the sea level that they're talking about is rising. How's that going to be impacted? I'm just going to end with this. In the 60s, we can put a man on the moon. A couple weeks ago, we just had a craft that was in the space that hit a meteor. We can do that. We can do that. We can send a spaceship to Mars. But the biggest one, we could coach the New Orleans Saints to a Super Bowl, to win a Super Bowl. But yet we cannot develop to rebuild our coastline and to rebuild our marsh without hurting our fisheries. There's a way that can be done. There's a way that, because the fishermen are not against coastal restoration, they are against the way this is planned. So that, if we have that technology to do anything, we have the technology to rebuild our marsh, to rebuild our coast without hurting our fishery. There are countries today that has been doing this for years, has developed islands in the ocean. China has done it. They have done it in Dubai. But why are we not doing it? Why do they not want to have this plan where it could be a win-win situation for everyone? And then here's another thing. With global warming, and the harder it is to develop food and produce food, with the thousands and thousands of pounds of seafood that is being developed in our estuary in the Mid-Barrett area, how are we going to make up for that? How is going to make up for that for producing the food? Just the other day, I spoke to Mr. Ben Becknell Jr., and I asked him, I said, man, what is going on? I say, I plant stuff, plant trees. It's not the same as, he said, Mr. Franz, let me tell you, before we could plant things and they'll grow. He said, now we got to make it grow. And that come from farmers that been in the business for years and generations and generations. So again, I don't know all the thousands of pounds of the fish, the oysters, the shrimp, where that's going to come from. How are they going to make that up? And a lot of people have the idea that this comes from the Gulf. You don't grow oysters in the Gulf. And the people who know about seafood, we don't eat the shrimp out the Gulf. We only eat shrimp from inside water because it's the brackish water from the river and make it up with the salt water. This is the best seafood. Nowhere in the world you can get the seafood that we have. Nowhere in the world. Can't be done. It's only because of the salt and the mixture of the fresh water from the river. So again, I'm totally against this freshwater diversion. It's going to kill our culture. It's going to kill our way of life. It's going to kill the commercial fishermen, the recreational fishermen, the charter fishermen. It's just not good for Plaquemine Parish at all, and it's not good. It's not good for Louisiana, because when people come visit Louisiana, the people come for seafood. This is what they come for. And again, I think we just scratch the surface. I think that we ought to get involved with the tourist organization, chefs, and everybody involved, because it's going to affect. Believe me, it's going to affect everyone, directly or indirectly, and especially on us on the southern end of the parish. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Hildebrand?
Mr. LaFrance, I agree with you 110%. Okay. I think dredging is the key. Low impact, no impact. Okay. So I would suggest that PPG and everyone else, any organization, promote dredging. They're slated for $17 billion in dredging in this project. So the diversion, the Mid-Barrett diversion, is $2 billion. So they should take that money and put it into dredging also. That's the solution. It's low impact or no impact on the fisheries, and it builds land immediately. Thanks.
I just want to say one more thing, Mr.
Sure. Mr. LaFrance.
You know, I kept on wondering, where's wildlife and fishery on this issue? Why have they been so quiet? So just a week ago, wildlife and fishery, they reduced the catch of the speckled trout from 25 to 15 and from 12-inch to 13.5-inch. Why? Because of the salinity of the water where the speckled trouts reproduce, because there isn't enough salinity in the water for them to reproduce. So that's just one prime example that is getting ready to hit us. That's going to hit us. Again, you're going to stop the reproduction of this food that so many people depend on. I yield.
Thank you very much, Mr. LaFrance. Mr. Henry?
Hey, you know, about 5 years ago, we were down in Pontiac with the old council. We had a problem with Mardi Gras Pass people. It didn't affect them, didn't matter to them. I'm the turn to this side of the river. People, we gotta stop being selfish. We gotta start helping each other. We gotta start helping each other. we can't have a divided parish. We got to start helping each other. We could bicker, we could fight, but at the end of the day, we got to be able to come together to solve some of these problems. You know, we got lobbyists, we got senators, we got representatives. Where's all these guys? You know, you guys are elected to be our representatives. Resolutions, fine. The deal is, hey, you really got to get out there and fight that issue. Because this is going to really hurt the entire parish. 50 years producing that many acres of land. Is it going to be inhabitable for people to live on? All them billions of dollars for what? Hurricane come and wipe the whole thing out. What you do, start all over again? I mean, we really got to think some of these things out. We got to be real. We got to start being real.
Mr. LaFrance?
I just want to add one more thing. This parish is divided by a Mississippi River. CPR plan is to cut this parish in half on the West Bank. They're going to cut this parish in half on the West Bank.
Mr.
400 feet wide, I believe it's 400 feet wide, 30 feet deep. We keep on hearing different numbers. And so far as that, how many feet, that hydraulic study, every time I go to the meeting, that hydraulic study changes. And then when it first was, it was the Barataria freshwater diversion. And then when people was raising so much hell, so they changed it for a Barataria mid sediment diversion. Thank you.
I think everything that Mr. LaFrance said was really great, but my concern is that it seems like we kind of late with this, and I know Mr. France is not running for office, but I wonder, this is election time, you know, a lot of stuff come up, I don't know, around election time. This issue about sediment diversion, freshwater diversion been going on a long time. And this council and this parish and the parish administration have been real quiet on this. So I'm just hoping that this is just not something we're saying during election time, but we'll be about this every day.
Mr. Russo?
Let me address that, because this is not the first resolution we've passed against this, Mr. Edwards. We've been on record against this for years. This is just a reinforcement of what we've said before. So it's not at election time, it's all time.
Mr. Forshey?
Rob Forshey. No, this is not a new thing at election time, no doubt. I've been at the mic right here speaking of the same thing. Dredge, not divert. And this has been discussed in many times at these council meetings. I think that we're also not talking about the East Bank diversion as well. There's one plan for that side. And another thing that I think is not being said, these are Gulf outlets. These are the same thing that they blocked going into Chalmette. It'll be the same thing. It'll just not be dredged and kept open for ship traffic. But until it fills and stops anything from coming up, what they are creating, it will create a Gulf outlet on either side of the river. And if we do get a storm before it fills in, you just think we get storm surge now. It's going to be unbelievable. So I think there's some things that are not even being thought of. I can't believe that this is truly, I guess, coming to fruition. Hopefully it doesn't. Thank you.
Mr. Bartholomew?
I will yield to you. Didn't
I'm
you
sorry.
have a comment?
No, go ahead.
These diversion will create a high density of water against the levees because it's going to be constant. It won't, plus when the tide rises, it'll elevate that much more because of the water that's already been established with the diversion. The only way that I see to protect the people and the seafood industry is through piping. And do it in spots. Put the water, the sediments through pipes. Costs a little more, but it's more effective. And you fill in those areas immediately, and at the same time, you put a barricade of rocks to protect it from the action of the winds and storms that's coming in. That's the only way it's going to prevail. Other than that, every 6 years, you'll be looking for more money to replace what you just put up. And it's not a rocket scientist to figure that out. Back in, what it was, 19-something, 1998, 99, whatever it was, when they had a meeting at Suno, Hale-Box building. That's when the Mardi Gras Pass was first kind of exploded. Went over there, I just got elected that time. Went over there to make a presentation about closing it. And the people in power at that time, oh, you damn, what you do with Mardi Gras Pass? You can close it, do that damn thing you want. 2 weeks later, that was St. Bernard. We didn't have the trucks. They agreed to give us the trucks, lend us their trucks to take all the debris we had back at the courthouse to fill in that gap. And within that time, they came up and changed their mind completely. We are not closing it. We will not give you a permit. We're not supporting that. That is. And they're still not supporting the closure. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bartholomew. No, it's my turn. This whole time.
You didn't want to have that to say. I wanted to give you
So I grew up down in Empire, the son of a commercial fisherman, and it was really hand to mouth. The bayou provided for me in a way that it may not have for some of the other folks up here. It was unraveling back then. It was all falling apart. It was clear there wasn't many options. And, you know, my dad was an exceedingly good fisherman, and my thing wanted to be, how can I make the bayou better? How can I make this place more resilient? How can I make the fishery more productive? How can I do what I can to be changing the status quo here? And throughout my career, I've nibbled at the edges trying to get into coastal restoration. It's either hyper-academic, or you have to be an engineer, you have to operate equipment. And today, I bring between 75 and 100 people every month into the bayou. I spend time explaining the history from the last ice age to current conditions to future projections. We do not have a lot of options in Plaquemines Parish. Humanity has created a unique situation here based on certainty of commerce. We have completely levied the river. We have cut 10,000 miles of pipeline canals in the southern part of this state. We did this to make money in the short term. We cooked the golden goose for money, for short-term economic gains. The state is planning for something like 4 feet of sea level rise over the next 50 years. What's undeniable is the amount of sinking. In Empire, it could be nearly a centimeter annually. It's extreme. The floodgates there that used to close only when a hurricane was coming to town, now they're closing 100 days annually, tripping up the productivity of the 5th largest seafood port in the country by volume. Now, where'd Danny go? Got it. I'm going to need him later. Anyway, I will agree that higher level governmental entities are rolling the will of the people here. There is not nearly as much workforce development that needs to be happening within these documents. That is not reflective of the independent nature of the commercial fishing industry, right? These people are all small business owners. They're not going to go to an accounting class. There's literacy issues. There's English as a second language issues. There's a lot of issues happening here. There's a concerted effort to force citizens off of coastal areas in the United States right now. It's reflective in the FEMA flood maps. If my house is 51% damaged, I have to build it 19 feet in the air. It's reflective in this parish getting a toll bridge. If you're going to live in a risky place, you're going to pay for that privilege. You're going to pay to access it. It's reflective in the erosion of a large economic base of Plaquemines Parish. via building some of these projects. There is not a social safety net. The dredges that we always talk about, they have Chicago, Illinois welded on the stern. It's not the state of Louisiana smokestack. There's not a chicken in a pot. There's not a chicken in every pot anymore. This is not Huey Long's Louisiana. When we vote for small government, we get it, we hate it here. And this is an example of that. CPRA doles out millions of dollars in projects annually. They compare themselves to DOTD. How much can they administer? How many millions of dollars can they administer with a smaller staff? This would be a really, really good example of that state agency having more staff to handle this in a sane way, so people aren't impacted. These are the things that this council never says. These are harder things. They are nuanced things. They are things that are going to get us over the finish line, because they are probably not going to stop this project. They have a certain amount of money. There's 2/3 of the economic output below I-10, and this parish is getting rolled. What we need to be figuring out is, how do we build a workforce around a new delta, a new situation where the salinity envelope of the delta will be drastically different. Now, Danny, I would like to add some things to this resolution, if able. Man, is there echo in here? Now, there are some things that we could do to make this more effective. And if there's anything that the coastal department has to add to this that can make this more effective, besides just saying no, putting up the hand and saying no, but asking for real things that are going to keep Plaquemines residents employed, keep the fishing industry retooled, building living shorelines, planting willow switches, doing whatever to be actually involved in the coastal restoration process here, like, we could hear that now. Do y'all have y'all sent any sort of documentation around workforce development, around the mid-Barataria sediment diversion to CPRA or the Corps of Engineers? John, you're the coastal director.
We have not sent anything directly like that.
We have to try harder.
Stop. We do have our multi-year implementation plan, that will be from the Restore Act, which has planting ridges, coastal environment growth. I don't have the list with me. I've emailed you that list like twice already of the multi-year implementation plan amendment 3, which states that plan of where we will plant, where we will continuously push the efforts of growing. As far as our dredge projects, we have that big one going on right now at Spanish Pass. Within the next 30 days, they'll be mobilizing, Weeks Marine will be mobilizing by Grand Bayou Chenier, which is another 500-acre dredge project. Plus, we have multiple other projects totaling up over $306 million for dredging, planning, and other parts that are coming.
John, I went to you and asked for a community-based co-design process to deal with mitigation measures for the mid-Barataria sediment diversion. I had it on this agenda, and you urged me not to do it. Why didn't we go forward with that? You said, what was the reasoning? Why didn't we spend the money and come up with our own thing here that was based on what people in Plaquemines Parish wanted? The businesses in...
We're not getting a debate.
Okay, that's where y'all are at on this issue, though. You're not willing to do the hard work that is required.
That's your opinion, Mr. Blank. We're not going to answer it, okay?
Fine. Okay, I yield. There's some things that we could do to make this even more effective. If you're willing to table this maybe to the end of I could add a few lines.
What?
Or we can go on it. It's fine.
Let me ask you this. I mean, is it adversarial to the intent of the resolution, or is it?
No, not at all. It would make the resolution.
Well, state your purpose.
So there's a lot of workforce such stuff that needs to be in there, right? Plaquemines Parish people need to be working on this job. That is not a requirement of the state. We need to express our intent that we would like to see Plaquemines residents working in coastal restoration around the outfall areas of the mid-Barataria, mid-Breton sediment diversions.
Right. Well, let me say this. I think that changes the intent of the resolution, and I would suggest that you maybe do your own resolution in get support there, because this is a resolution that is opposing the diversion, and it's also asking for an extension of the comment period, therefore it'd be a dual object bill, and we don't want to see us send mixed messages in the same bill.
Okay, that's fine. We'll
Call a question.
All right.
That's not one.
And motion passes with one no vote.
Next item. Chairman.
All right.
Back to the regular agenda, item number.
Please go to 11I, please. Civil service discussion.
Agenda item 11I, discussion regarding the Civil Service Department, Councilmember Bartholomew.
Oh, yeah, that's civil service. Is the director in? I'm very much concerned with what's going on through our employees. We are having issues where we have people that have been transferred to other departments and they're doing jobs where employees are getting higher pay, and the one we transfer to those departments are getting less pay because they are maintaining the income where they came from. Even though the jobs require more skill and more training and more certifications than what they moved to, but they still are receiving the same pay that they received when they was transferred. When we eliminated positions or parts of the parish operation, and when we did that, that created an opportunity for us to move people around. And in the process, there's a discrepancy within salary range. You're not making the same salary. Case in point, one incident took place when we hired the new employees on the ferries through the port. And what happened was the new employees got a raise when they came in and got on board, and other people been there for 10 years could not get that particular money that the new people was getting, and just starting out doing the same thing. So my problem is with talking with the civil service to explain the process that's not being followed correctly. So I asked the civil service employee director come and tell us the process that we should follow to make sure that we don't have these discrepancies among employees.
Good evening, Rochelle Lambert, Civil Service Director. I spoke with Mr. Bartholomew earlier today, and he explained just what he talked about. I'm not aware of anyone working out of positions. When an employee is in position, whether they're in a different department or their current department, they're required to work the position that they were hired to work. Mr. Bartholomew seems to think that employees are transferred to different departments to do other jobs, unbeknownst to civil service. Again, I'm not aware of that occurring because that's somewheres in the field and not in my office. He pointed out about when recreation transferred to the prom department, employees in the positions that transferred over to prom. He brought to my attention that the employees that transferred over to prom are now doing different types of tasks in their role that they originally were doing in the recreation department. Again, I'm not aware of that. And if that is the case, there are processes that are required to do so. If there's positions being, jobs that are being done as a different position, and there's no vacancies, then that role should not be occurring. If a manager in that department seeks to place someone in that type of role or give them more job tasks, there are options in our rules that say that they can do that, such as reallocating. And that allows for them to explain the additional tasks or roles that they're doing in this job, and it also can incur pay changes if that is the case. So I hope I'm answering your question when you're speaking about what your concerns are, Councilman.
Yes, you are. And I'm just trying to make sure we're all on board, and that it seems as though it has a tendency to create a environment where we have discrepancies. And it's not good for us to be in that position. The employee's thinking that. So I feel like it's a violation. If an employee been 10 years on the ferry, and the new hirees are making more as they come on board, and that employee on the ferry cannot receive that rate that is being there, to me, that's discriminatory. That's just my opinion. I'm not saying it is, but I'm saying I feel that it's discriminatory. And that's not the only person it happened. It happened in prom as well. And it may be happening in other departments. And so I was trying to figure out, how do we get on board in transferring people, and people being transferred are not knowingly or not receiving the same pay as their counterpart. So the biggest problem was not communicating with civil service. That's the way I see it. The way I see it. Because then they'll make recommendations to the administration. Then if we need to make adjustment, they will come to the parish government to make us appropriate funds for those positions, to accommodate those employees. And then case is closed. Everything is straight. Everything is everybody's on even keel.
I got a question. I've had many discussions with Ms. Lambert about the same thing. We've had a recreation employee that went to class, got a CDL license, was transferred to solid waste, and I don't agree with it neither. A person coming from the outside of PPG, coming in, is going to make more money than the person that is transferring from a groundskeeper. He got his license, CDL license, he's doing the job, and he makes less money on this, it's called special interest rate. The person from the outside, he makes more money, and then he's got to be taught what to do. Where the person that's doing the job now is doing the job. We have that in flood control everywhere. And I disagree with it. I've had many conversations with her. I've even asked to go to the Civil Service Board to speak about this with the employees, and they would like to go too. So yes, I back my employees 100%. I don't see that it's fair. That's my opinion. So yes, I've spoken to her quite a few times about this, and it's not right.
And you agree with getting the action be taken to accommodate that, just straighten it up, right?
Yes, sir.
So, in regards to the external employees coming in, those departments have the option to come to the commission board and ask for what we call an SER, which is a special interest rate. When they bring that to the commission board, the commission looks at their justification of why they think a certain position should be adjusted to a special interest rate. It's in our rules. It's under recruitment. When we're having hard to fill jobs that cannot be filled, those departments come and ask the commission board to offer a special interest rate. That is a recruiting tactic. It's just like other companies will offer sign-on bonuses. So the special interest rate is the same thing. It's to lure candidates where we cannot find candidates at the base salary, then that position becomes an SER rate. It's not civil service that does this. We approve it, we review it and consider it, but those departments bring it to our attention, and then the commission board hears it and they make that decision. Now, yes, I understand what you're saying, that an external new applicant can come in and make a special interest rate, which very well may be higher than someone who's been in the position. That's not something that we look at unless we look at the pay plan study, which is on board right now that we're trying to consider. The pay plan study is considering overall all positions and not particular positions or particular departments. Again, that's at the department's level where they choose to come to the commission board and request for the special interest rate to lure candidates into hard to fill positions. No in particular employee has the same pay rate. There will be differentials across the board because the pays change for whatever reason. Merit increases, cost of living increases. So in that aspect, yes, the pays will be different. We are not trying to hold back employees and we're not trying to recognize current employees. But again, this is part of the rule that allows for recruitment efforts. If they feel that someone is doing something out of class, again, that's not something I'm aware of. And if there's a vacant position, that employee who has gone out and got some type of certification or improved their skills, and there's a vacancy for that position and they apply, then that is addressed at that time and they can apply and then they get to be considered for those positions. If they're going over to a different department and they've gone into a training or outside of the parish and they've gotten licensing, that doesn't necessarily say, okay, because you've gotten this, you get a pay change. That's not how it operates in the classified. So if I'm misunderstanding, please let me know.
Question is base pay. Base pay. You have a base pay. Every department has base pay.
Correct.
If I come in and I'm not receiving base pay, that's the problem I have.
I'm not aware. Why would they not come in with a base
Because they're
pay?
coming from another department where they was transferred from, and they're maintaining their status quo, same salary, not the salary that's higher where they're going to, and what they're doing requires that. That means they should be receiving that base pay salary.
If they're transferring from a department to another department, positions are based on grade and step for a position, not a department. So just because they change department doesn't mean that the pay is supposed to change.
If I am certified in that department that's paying more on base pay than I was receiving over here, which I was transferred to, and I met those standards to receive base pay, I think that person needs to receive base pay. Not the incentives, what we're offering, base pay. Every department has a base pay salary when you come in as base pay.
Correction, every position has.
I mean, every position
Correct.
in every department has base pay scales.
Correct.
Now, if I'm moving in that department from another department that has a different base pay, and I have been moved because my department has been eliminated and transferred to this department, and I've met all requirements, upgrade to everything that is required of me, why shouldn't I get that base pay?
Okay, there's a misunderstanding. The move of the department doesn't change pay. Positions are determined by grade and pay. So again, if recreation was eliminated and these positions, for instance, public groundskeeper, they move and they eliminated the recreation department and moved them to prom. That doesn't require the pay to change. They just changed, they moved them into a different department. They remained with the same position, so nothing changed in that aspect.
And they're not in the same position.
No.
They're not in the same position.
Yes, they are.
How are they in the same position?
Their position is still public groundskeeper.
Go ahead, finish.
Their position is still public groundskeeper. Their department is no longer recreation. It's now in prom, but they're still a public groundskeeper.
But they're not doing public groundskeepers work. They got certified, met the certification that they was required to do the job in prom.
That is something I'm not aware of.
I'm just telling you, that's the problem. So why they can't get their base pay?
Because that's not the process. That's not what is required to do. If they're changing positions, they're not changing positions with civil service.
They're not changing position, they're being transferred because there is no position in recreation. There is no position in groundskeepers. There is no such position as that anymore. They've been transferred by the grace of God and the people in town to put some people to work. And then when they do get work and they get those standards and they come in and meet all the requirements, go to class and get their requirements, they still can't get base pay. And to me, that's discrimination. That's just my opinion.
Again,
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying, Councilman Bartholomew, but I am not aware of positions being changed that is not being conducted through civil service. Neither is it documented, neither is it going through the process of changing positions. So if they're doing something different that is not documented, I'm not aware of it.
Well, Mr. Roussel said he met with you on several occasions.
This is a recreation fella that moved and went and got his license, the CDL license. He went from public groundkeeper to a CDL operator's license, Chirpic operator. Okay? So he moved positions. The person from the, and he getting base pay, but the person from the outside that comes in is getting a special interest rate, which is maybe $1 more.
But he's getting base pay up prom?
No, he's getting base pay. I'm talking about solid waste now.
I mean solid waste.
Yes.
But he's doing
getting his base pay of a starting salary, but he's not getting the special interest rate from a person coming from the outside will make $1 more an hour.
All right. So, I mean, your time served have no evaluation on that.
Even though he went to class, he got his CDL license, and he changed his life. He made an improvement on himself.
I'm not going to believe that because this is a conversation that go on and on and on.
Yeah.
But what I would request that I try to have a meeting with the board and do a presentation before the board and have the directors come and everybody else, because this is, to me, is boggling to me, because all the time that they worked and accumulated years, that's not being carried either. In other words, when they got transfers from where groundskeeper, recreation, all that stayed there. That didn't follow the employee when it should follow him. His time served on the job with the parish. His years as an employee should follow him as a parish employee. Now, if not, then we need to pay him for the years that he has, because he's not accumulating any more years of service.
Mr. Bartholomew, this may be better discussed at the Civil Service Board meeting. We do
I
have a
already
lot-
said that.
Got it. All right. Thank y'all for your time on this. Go ahead, Mr. Reverend Edwards.
Because Mr. Ptolemy brought something up I brought up at the last Pope meet about the ferry people's salary. It seemed like he said what I said the last time, that some people coming on get more than the people at hand. Is that what I heard you say?
Yeah, exactly.
And I remember I asked a question to the Pope last meeting. They said that's not true. So that's what I'm trying to find out. You saying just what I thought I heard, you know.
The port asked Archer Study to do a separate study in addition to the study that's for the overall classified employees. The port requested a study to be conducted on the deckhands and the rescue boat engineers. Once that was done, they presented their information to the commission board to consider what the study was found by Archer Study. That was brought to the board, the commission board. The commission board reviewed it, and they approved that pay based on the pay plan from the Archer Study. That overall changed all deckhands and all rescue boat engineers from what they were at their current position and based on the study that placed them in their different pays. So that occurred in that aspect.
Yeah, but that was after the fact. It wasn't like that prior to that.
This occurred January 1, 2022. Yes.
Wait, I'm trying to think when we transferred the ferry, and we came with a salary at this table, and that was rejected by the civil service. The council appropriated money for salary. As a matter of fact, Mr. Roussel did that, the legislation, and it was rejected by the civil service.
I'm not sure.
But anyway, I'm going to come before the board, and we're going to deal with that. I'm going to discuss that.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Bartholomew.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Appreciate that very much, and you being here. and hopefully when we meet it with the board, we can resolve these issues.
All right, well, getting back on the agenda. Thank you very much, Rochelle. Getting back on the Mr. Turner, please. And then after this, we'll do the status report.
Burgard Turner, 161 East Bellevue, Port Sulphur. I'm hearing two issues, and just correct me. One is the new people who are coming in, they're given an exceptional rate, which puts them at a higher pay than people who are already working for us. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. And so if that's being done on a consistent basis, then what we're saying is that we're willing to pay people more to get them to work for us and allow the people who are already working for us to be paid less. So we're willing to pay more to bring people on, but we're not willing to pay more for the people we already have. That's a problem. And so the base pay needs to be adjusted. If we're saying this is what it takes to get people in, then that's what it should be to keep people also. That's one issue. The other issue that was brought up is the administration transferring people from one position to another. And what I'm hearing is that in some cases civil service is not aware of it. And that's not what I was hearing? Okay. And then if civil service is aware that people are being transferred into other positions, not just a department, then both parties has a responsibility. The administration has a responsibility in payroll in saying that we have this employee working in this position and this is the rate. And on the other hand, civil service has a responsibility. But somebody has to claim ownership. If the administration is moving personnel and civil service is saying they're not aware of it, that the individuals are being moved into these, is that not what you're saying, Ms. Lambert? Am I missing something? Because I thought sure that's what you said.
Initially, when it was introduced or spoken to me, it was stated that people are working in positions in addition to what they were supposed to be as their title aligned. What Mr. Roussel is talking about is an employee who promoted to a different position. And if it's about promotion, the rule allows for promotion, which is an 8-step increase. When they move into a new position, that is considered and that is done. However, it doesn't always allow for a position to go to a different step other than 0. Sometimes it depends on the way the promotion works is you go 8 steps in your current position, and then you find that position, that pay in the new role, and that's where your pay falls. It very well may be that they fall on step 0 because it's more in what they were in the previous position. So if that is the case with this gentleman that happened with the cherry picker, that's very well what happened. It wasn't that he got demoted or paid or did not get paid or recognized for the position he moved into. It's just where his pay fell in the new pay grades, the pay grade.
The issue, just to make sure that my question is clear and comment, and what I'm hearing is that when a person in one department or one position is moved to another position, be it a transfer or a promotion, not necessarily, I understand the rules, to be honest with you, on a promotion. But if somebody is transferred from one position to another position, there's no way that that individual should be making less than the base pay, regardless of where they came from, if it's a transfer. Isn't that correct? You can't transfer to another position and the base pay is $20,000, whatever it is, and you're coming from a position where the base pay is $19,000. You're now in the new position. There's no way that this government can hold a person, can continue to pay a person at 19, whether the position still exists or has been eliminated. If you're now in a new position, at a minimum, you have to receive the base pay. Am I mistaken on that? Is that correct?
It's not always the case,
folks.
But is it correct that that's what's supposed to happen? That if you transfer
is different than promoting.
Right, I understand that. If you transfer...
Right. Mr. Turner?
Yes.
I think we're going to have to move on. We have a lot on the agenda.
But that's a quick question. Can you answer the question? If you transfer to the position, do you have to at least receive the base pay?
I think the conservative interpretation of the rules are the detriment to the employees here. Can we move on, please?
Is that, just to answer the question, if you move into the position, do you have to at least receive the base pay? That's a yes or no. Can civil service,
You don't
can
get paid
administration?
less. When you transfer, you will never get paid less because, like the director said, the pay is based off the position. So if you move in another department, you're at the same position. You don't make less.
Don't twist it. What I'm saying is if you move into a new position, it's a simple question. If you move into a new position, call it what you want. Can you be paid less
Mr.
than the
Chairman,
base
I believe we
pay?
have to move on. I apologize. I think that
No.
there should be a very specific agenda item at the
Can no one answer that question? Can even
board
you
meeting
answer it?
coming up. I cannot answer it. No.
No.
Right. So the answer is you have to at least be paid the base pay. How can you be in a new position and not receive at least the base pay? That's the simple question. We just have to own up to it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. My apologies. We just have a lot going on. All right. So, Danny.
Agenda item 4, status report of the parish president.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I just have two things. Talk about the saltwater intrusion. The sill is being constructed. The construction was started on Tuesday at mile marker 64 in Alliance. The cost of $10 million that the Corps is flipping the bill. It should take about 2 weeks for construction. The initial construction will be at minus 55. It could go up to negative 45. I'm sorry, negative 55 and then negative 45. River traffic right now is one way in that area. The saltwater intrusion has come up, what they call the toe of it, that's the beginning of it, is almost up to mile marker 57, which is IMT. So the river flow is dropping. The height is at 2.9. The Harvey locks now are closed due to the low river, which will mean extra traffic in the Intercoastal River coming through Algiers. So you may see the bridge go up a little bit more, experience that. And the river height may drop lower than the 1988, which was the lowest it's ever been. So we are monitoring as we go. The osmosis machine is now in Bootville area. It will be, not constructed, but hooked up in the next day. So we look forward to getting that back up and running. And also, I just want to, everyone was presented a budget book today, and just a quick note, the administration is pleased to present to the Parish Council the 2023 budget proposed operating and 5-year capital improvement budget. We are presenting this budget early to you this year with hopes that the council will hold budget hearings and adopt the budget as soon as possible. The administration feels this would eliminate any certainty that the employees feel regarding any of the pay raises. This budget also includes the cost to implement the revised pay plan adopted by the Civil Service Board in August of this year. As you review this budget in the upcoming weeks, please contact my office with any questions or suggestions. This will facilitate an efficient and effective budget hearings. We look forward to working with the Parish Council to review this proposed budget for adoption prior to the start of the 2023 fiscal year. So thank you. And did everyone get a book?
And Kim, it looks like possibly November 15th and 16th, there could be budget hearings?
Yes.
Okay, just want to plant those seeds here. We need to confirm with everybody, but we're looking at.
We would like to maybe try to move up to November 1st if it's all possible, but.
We'll do a poll and see if
Yep.
everybody's available.
I already know. We have it to vote on.
All right, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
That's
you.
all I have.
November 1st, that's All Saints.
Okay. Could your update suffice for Jay presentation of the proposed budget, since you just gave us some information to take that off the agenda? Or do you need to go further into it? What you just did, can that suffice for agenda item J?
Yes, yeah.
Go ahead and take that one off.
Thank you.
All right, moving down.
I have a question.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Bartholomew. Sorry.
The ridge that they plan on building will be in Murder Grove. What are the plans for Point Lahatchie area waters? Since we are above, we're going to be below the
I think there's, Mr. Epley could answer that. I think, our goal is to put another plant there or even try to move water from Dalcor.
We're looking at two options. We were looking at moving water from Dalcor south, but we don't think we have enough capacity from Dalcor to supply the prison in the amount that they need. So we are currently looking for another reverse osmosis unit that we can put on site in Point LaHash to where we can treat the water there also.
Okay, about when? When you think?
We haven't located one that's available yet. We're looking right now.
I know that the breakaway water plant is not sufficient to be able to take care of the entire East Bank production-wise. So maybe down the road, next years to come, we can make preparation to increase that plant capacity so that we don't have to deal with that issue anymore. If something like that may happen, or get in with St. Bernard and see if we can tie into their.
We are working on a tie-in with St. Bernard
Yeah,
currently
see if we
also.
can do that. And I don't know if the lift station or the further down in Woodlawn would be adequate enough to push that water all the way down, because that's a long way to go.
Probably not with the size of the water lines that we have now.
You would have to increase that as well.
Right.
Thank you.
Are we going to be considering telling the public to start rationing water? Maybe don't wash your car, don't water your lawn, that kind of thing?
We should not have any issues with capacity. The reverse osmosis unit is going to be able to treat 1 million gallons a day, which is what we've been making at Boothville. So we should not have any reduced capacity. And the water that's being produced down there right now is fine, and it's even fine for human consumption. It's just not recommended that people that have health issues such as high blood pressure consume too much of it.
Got it. Okay. All right. If there aren't any other questions, we can go ahead and move over to agenda item 9B, which is water related, and segue right into it since those guys are here. Are there any questions by the public or by the council on the president's report?
9 what?
9B, please. Ordinance to amend the 2022 Waterworks and Sewerage Fund Operating Expenditure Budget, Waterworks and Sewerage Operations Department, and the 5-year capital improvements plan for various projects and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Offer.
Offered by Arborough, and anybody like to second?
I'll second.
Mrs. LaHaye seconds. All right.
Yes, we discussed this in length at the last meeting, and the Waterworks Department was asked to provide documentation. They emailed everyone that about 2-3 weeks ago. So with that being said, they are here to answer any additional questions, if any council members have it.
Mr. Bartholomew? Yep. Roussel?
Yes, Todd, I did look at that 7-page thing we discussed about a couple of days ago. And that 7-page report
Yes, sir.
that Infomart provided.
Yes, sir.
I noticed that they were all basically from Aquametric. So you said you were going to do a review of that?
Those, we asked for the work orders that were involving Aquametric. That's what we specifically asked for, yes. We are reviewing those. If there's anything that we can go back on Aquametric's installation contract on, we will certainly go back on them.
Well, that's a 7-page start then, right?
Yes, sir.
And you guys are going to be able to back up that 7-page report? That way, if Aquametric is due to be charged back for us paying for all of those mess-ups, we're going to work that out?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the public or from the board on this item? Yeah, please come up.
I don't have no negative thing to say about the waterworks, but this is what we've been getting out of the water line and down on the other side of the river in Phoenix. My name is Clarence Brock, 156 crossover lane in Phoenix. But this is what I've been getting. I got this like 4 weeks in a row, and I did it started from the front of Phoenix to the end of Phoenix.
I apologize you're dealing with that. Those are looking pretty rough there. There might have been some abnormal situation with the system here.
That's why I checked it. Got one week, one another week, then a third week, and 4 weeks. It's 4 weeks. So it's not something that's,
Mr. Brox, have you told anybody about that prior to today?
no, I didn't.
Okay, thank you.
But like I said, when I first came here, I'm not trying to hit nobody or trying to show, I'm just showing you what we have on the East Bank for the waterworks.
It's a big system, and it's sucking up some salt water lately, so.
That's rust.
Yeah,
That's metal. That's not all.
Anyway, Troy, would you like to take a crack at it here? Looking like,
Troy Phillips in from Water and Sewer. The area you was referring to, like I said, we weren't really aware of it. And one of our plans, like once we get a dirty water complaint or a brown water complaint, we go and we start doing the flushing process. But like I said, in the Phoenix area, I think there's only 2 lanes that is cast iron right now. St. John, I think, and St. Joseph. What? That's where it comes from? Yeah, that's the 2 lines that we have left, and which is cast iron. So you're going to have an issue every time the water pressure changes any kind of way. You might have a situation like this. But like I said, you can give us a call. We'll go start the flushing process and handle up on it that way. But see, we never receive any calls about it. But that's how we usually handle any type of dirty water complaint.
Mr. LaFrance?
Yes. Well, why when we get grants for water, that's not being addressed? To change out those old cast lines, but we're able to take care of other lines for other people, but that situation needs to be taken care of. We could take grant money and install water on property where nobody lives. But here where people live, this is what they got to put up with. So why when we get the grant, this is not addressed? This ought to be one of the first things that addressed.
Mr. LaFrance, this is the first time I've heard about this issue in Phoenix, Louisiana.
Yeah.
So, yes, it will be addressed. Your issue with grant money, we have applied for $5.7 million in grant money to change water lines on the east bank of the river that are cast iron, so we don't have this issue going forward. Now, we have applied, and I put the application in Senator Hewitt's hand this morning and asked for help to try to get the grant through so we can get some money so we can do this project. But yes, we are actively working on grant money to try to get this issue resolved.
And how about, are we asbestos pipe free on the East Bank?
We're not asbestos pipe free in a lot of areas in the parish. It's not asbestos pipe, it's asbestos coated pipe. So the outside coating has asbestos in it, so it means you can't cut the pipe and breathe the dust. But the water inside the pipe is fine.
So when we get grant money, these 2 areas is going to be taken care of first.
The area that is already designed is from English Turn south to Promised Land on the East Bank. That's $5.7 million.
That don't cover that area, right?
No, sir, it does not.
Just want to remind folks, this is a problem all around the country, and municipal water systems are getting ready to get a letter grade coming up. So getting our affairs in order is going to be key, because there's going to be more transparency in the future. And we don't want to have a bad grade here. Any other questions about this item? Did we take a vote on it yet?
No.
Okay. All right. Are there any questions about the? All right. Any other questions? Mr. Turner? Oh, go ahead, Mr. Brock.
So the reason why I'm bringing this is because the people in the residence say they don't even drink water from the faucet already. But then they come tell me they make coffee with the water. But they think they're drinking coffee, not drinking the water. So when I go back, what I could tell them, that this is going to be taken care of?
So I would definitely be in touch with folks from Infomark so they can come right away, closest to the problem at hand, and either flush those lines, take some samples, find out what's going on, try to get to the root of it, that kind of thing. Troy, if you want to pass along your number to Mr. Brock to where y'all could be in direct communication, you could show him where the issue's happening, I'm sure your neighbors would really appreciate it.
All right, that's what I tell them. Thank you.
No problem. We'll go ahead and take care of that. We're going to address it tomorrow morning.
And thank y'all to the commitment y'all have to the water system. It's like whack-a-mole. I see y'all out there all the time digging and fixing, and I know it just never ends. So thank y'all.
Quick question. Has the administration identified all of the areas that has that type of piping? Or is it something, excuse me, that you have to now go back and try to determine, or do you already know where they exist?
Yeah, we generally know where all of that cast iron pipe exists, and we generally know where the AC pipe exists. And like we talked at the last meeting, I mentioned to Mr. Blink that we could spend $100 million tomorrow on water and sewer infrastructure. It's something that needs to be done, and we do not have the money to do it.
All right. You've offered, Ms. LaHaye seconded. Are there any other questions in this item? Hearing none, go to vote. All right. All in favor of clean water?
We're dealing with water, Mr. Chairman. We move to item 90.
No. If you'd like to, go ahead. 90.
Hey, Mr. Chairman. I had requested something earlier over there because I'm about to leave.
Oh, Mr. Bartholomew's trying to catch a ferry. We'll go ahead and go to his update. All right, 11D, please.
Yeah.
Item 11D.
Yeah. I just want to get one issue up, Danny, is that the issue about getting quickly review over the process of FEMA with elevation. If people don't elevate their home, they won't get no permits. Is that a fact? Anybody would know that?
This is the substantial damage issue. So if your home was substantially damaged, which is more than 50% of the value of the home, then the value of the home has to be brought into compliance in order to get a permit for it to be renovated or repaired.
What about new construction part of it?
New construction has to be elevated, has to be brought into compliance with FEMA.
Brock, you want to come up right quick so you can have this discussion because I got a rule. Take the ferry.
How about if I want to make a shed out of the building, a mobile home, I want to make a shed out of it. Do I have to elevate it? Can I get a permit for it?
I would have to defer to the chief building official on whether or not you could do that, because it is a habitable structure. I don't know that it would be allowed to be built without being brought into compliance, but that a shed, I do not believe has to be elevated. So that would be a call for the guy that's got all of the licenses and certifications, not me.
Who is that?
Zach Smith, the chief building official.
That's all right. Because I went a couple of days to get a permit for electrical, no plumbing, and they told me I cannot have one now unless I elevate a shed. And I said, what's about the bond? He said, I cannot elevate it if I have a kitchen in the bathroom. It cannot be elevated. I mean, it got to be elevated. It cannot get a permit. So that goes for everything.
These are issues that we're working out with FEMA, Mr. Brox, and you know, we have to follow FEMA's rules is to not put the entire flood insurance program in Plaquemines Parish in jeopardy. I'd be happy to work with you on trying to get it done, whatever it is you're trying to do. Please give me a call at the office, and I'd be happy to work on it for you.
But that's my issue, and I appreciate that. And I know you will help me out as much as you could. But what about when the hurricanes come and the whole East Bank, some 4 or 5 houses get destroyed? And I know my next door neighbor, she's 97 years old, and that's all she has. If that house get destroyed, I mean, for her to replace, she owned the property, for her to replace her house, she got to elevate it at 97 years old, and she can't afford it.
It would depend on the circumstances, Mr. Brox. I believe all I can say is we have to follow FEMA's rules when it comes to elevations.
And if we don't, what's going to happen?
If we do not follow FEMA's rules, when they come in here to do what they call a community assessment, like they're doing right now, we could put the entire flood insurance program for Plaquemines Parish in jeopardy.
I just now heard a few minutes ago, if they put the freshwater conversion, y'all willing to do just about anything. Why can't we do the same thing about our on that East Bank? We will not survive because the average income is only $30,000. Nobody could afford to put a house up in the air for $150,000 because FEMA said that's what they want. What is it help? How is it helping us? It's not helping us any kind of way. Only thing is hurting everybody else in the parish. We're really protecting everybody else in the parish because we don't want to lose our FEMA insurance. That's what FEMA's saying. They threaten us to take insurance from the whole parish. Is that what you said, Mr. Director? That's what you're saying, eh?
Yes, sir, Mr. Brox. And again, the only thing I can say is we have to follow FEMA's rules. I understand what you're saying. We've been over this multiple times about people not being able to live in certain areas because of the rules that FEMA's putting on residences and elevation requirements. And unfortunately, that is out of my hands. Mm-hmm. Again, I would be happy to go over this situation with you. And if you just contact me, I'll do anything I can to help you.
I will. Well, Council, what can y'all do? Y'all are our representatives. Can y'all get us permits?
Mr. Brox,
we need permits.
I believe that the rules that the federal government has implemented in these coastal areas are somewhat arbitrary, and they're the equivalent of doing a take on your property. Mm-hmm. So now you cannot develop your property as you would wish and the way you would wish, and they're taking any kind of economic benefits that you might have derived from that property because you cannot develop it in a way that's sane and economical, et cetera. Mm-hmm. I think there should probably be some sort of court case about it. You know, the administration has the ability, they have lawyers and such, maybe they could do that. Maybe they're willing to do that. You know, I would like to see some sort of action here. And for the record, Kim, I would like to, this needs to go on the record, there has been instances of domestic violence and such in my district due to people not being able to move a trailer, that kind of thing. You know, it's really starting to impact the social fabric here, and that needs to go into the record. Please, yield.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, can we try to go down the agenda now?
Did you heat 9E, I believe?
9E, let's do 9E.
So 9E,
Getting on the agenda and going down.
an ordinance to accept quitclaim deed from United States of America and otherwise provide with respect thereto. 9.
That's 9E.
9.
I was wondering about that.
11E. District 7 update. Councilman LaFrance. 1, update Port Sulphur water plant and saltwater intrusion.
Yes, do we have Trigon here?
Good evening. I'm Erin Lyons Villatoro. I'm with Trigon Associates, the engineering firm who's working on the electrical improvements out at Port Sulphur. And I was asked to provide an update. Do you want me to just run through briefly progress that's been made?
Please.
Okay. So since we got our notice to proceed, we held a kickoff meeting with Parish staff to get everyone on the same page with regard to our scope of work. We sat down with the engineering department and with Infomark to make sure that everybody was moving the same direction. We had a team site visit with the same purpose, to walk the facility and make sure that all bases were covered and that we weren't exceeding what we'd been asked to do in an effort to remain budget conscious, to keep the job within budget. We conducted a site visit with the surveyor on the job to confirm their scope and make sure that they were ready to get started. We have discussed in detail with Infomark, since they'll be providing the equipment that's to be installed at the plant beyond electrical. So our scope needs to overlap and align exactly with what they're providing. And on September 29th, we did a preliminary submittal of drawings and specifications to give the parish some time to review, just a preliminary submittal. We are currently finished with the field work for the surveyor. We're waiting to get drawings in hand from them. As soon as we receive drawings, we'll proceed with the design, the components that needed survey to complete. We have a contract with the geotech firm, and within the next week, we plan to coordinate directly with the engineering department to get the required permits to get a geotechnical boring done. As soon as the permits are available, they'll be ready to proceed with that.
Do you have any idea when the plans or the scope of work would be ready to go out for bid?
Unfortunately, our work is, the geotech is the critical path for our process. We can't put them out to bid until geotech is complete. So it depends on when the permits become available. Mr. Dugas has indicated that he can facilitate both with the Corps and with what's required by the parish. So we're moving it as quickly as we can, and the parish is supporting us to get it done sooner rather than later. I will also, it's not really a silver lining, but with the river being low, there's not much of a chance that the river level would preclude activity on the geotech. They will be able to go out if the river stays low.
Mr. Russo?
Are you complete?
Oh, wait.
Yes. When was the notice to proceed issued?
I don't have the date in my notes. I apologize.
When?
Late July, maybe?
say summertime.
July of this year?
Yes, sir.
Almost a year after the storm?
Yes.
So what's been going on for the last year? You know, we've been asking this question at this meeting for quite a long time about where we are with plans and specs and where we are at with this program. And now we're coming here a year later talking about just now getting a notice to proceed?
Mr. Russo, we could not proceed until money was appropriated for the project.
Well, let me just say this. I think it's totally unacceptable on the declaration of emergency to wait in this situation to use the excuse of an appropriation of funds. Now, 1 year past the storm, and we're just now getting a notice to proceed, but we've been told over and over and over again that these plans were in the works. And I can't tell you how many months have gone by. I'm sitting here thinking that these plans are developed.
Well, I will say the first part of the project was for us to do an assessment at the plant site. That was completed in 2021. So there has been activity prior to this July.
So it's taken a year to do an assessment of the plant,
The assessment was complete last year.
but you're just now getting a notice to proceed this year.
In July of this year.
Well, I'm not going to beat this horse anymore, but I'm going to tell you, I'm very disappointed to hear this today, knowing that this plant has been offline for over a year. We've had a declaration of emergency, and no one has taken advantage of that to move this project forward. And we're sitting here with a plant dead in the water, with no water. Now, let me ask you this. What are your design of this plant for? Is this for a booster station or a water manufacturing plant?
It's the water treatment plant. It's to bring it back to operating the way it was prior to the storm.
3 million gallons a day?
Yes. However, I want to be clear that in the interest of budget and time, we worked with the parish staff and reduced the engineering scope so that we are only doing the electrical components at the plant.
Well, I appreciate that. Let me ask you this. Have you reviewed the plans and specs that were prepared prior to this project being assigned to you from Infinity?
I believe so. All the previous plans and specifications on the facility were provided.
And so have we had to start from scratch, or are we working on plans and specs that were prepared that were started prior to Katrina?
While we can't utilize the work of other engineers, we have used all those drawings to inform ours.
And so why didn't we hire Infinity to go back and pick up where they left off?
We hired this firm because they submitted, and the submittals were graded, and they were the one that graded at the top for water and sewer.
No, that doesn't get to answer the question when we got a set of plans that's sitting on the shelf, basically, that were in the process.
And when were those plans done, sir?
Prior to Katrina, there was an engineering firm that was hired to do plans and specs. After Katrina, they were tasked with upgrading those plans and specs to be able to do submersible pumps and supposedly help harden the facility for flood. And they got put on a shelf when the new engineering firm come in and turned this water plant into a booster station. And that's been my argument here for quite some time about not making this a booster station and continuing with the water plant. Now, we've wasted a lot of time and effort here reinventing the wheel when we've already, now we're back to where we were before. This is, like I said, I'm going to let this lie for a little bit because I'm getting my blood pressure up and really absolutely disappointed to hear that we are just now at this stage of the game. And I've found out this new information and went back and redeveloped the process in my mind of where we're at and how we got here. And I can tell you, we should have done it completely different. That's all I'm going to say. And maybe you can address this, Rennie, since you're coming back on the scene here. Maybe Inframark can address it as well. Why? What? You want it?
I have a couple technical questions about the plan.
Mine are basic processes questions.
I didn't know anything about infinity plans from way back from Katrina. I'm just saying I didn't know anything about that. We did and have had an ongoing cash flow problem. If I remember right, the administration asked the council to give us the authority to get cash to solve our cash flow problems. And as far as I know, that was voted down by the council. We asked you all to do the emergency cash loan through FEMA. And I think as soon as we got those funds, we pushed this thing through. So we could have a state of emergency all we want. If we don't have cash to pull from, if we don't have cash to move this project forward, it doesn't matter that we're acting under a state of emergency. So I think that has been and was part of the delay, like Mr. Eppley said.
Well, that's a good excuse. However, I'm asking the question of why we didn't go back to the original plans and specs that were sitting there instead of coming back and redoing with another engineering firm. And I believe we have people in the audience that can address this other than y'all. So let's ask them, do y'all know anything about this from Inframark? Could somebody come up and address this?
I know after Katrina, they made plans to turn Portsmouth into a booster station. That was like a priority. And the only way that was going to happen was to upgrade Belle Chase to supply the water when Port Sulphur could not produce any more water. So what happened was they had to bring Port Sulphur back up to life to where it could produce water, and that's what we basically did.
And are you aware of any plans that Infinity was working on to redo the plant?
I'm not aware of any plans from Infinity to redo the plant, other than take it out, which was...
It was 2012. I spoke with Ken. It was 2012. The initial plans was to make it to a plant, and it was decided with the administration. The original design was 2012 to make it a facility, and then it was changed to make it a booster station. Then it was decided to make it a plant, and then back to a booster station. So I don't know if, Ken, you had the original drawings or what.
We supplied the original drawings to Trigon that we had.
Well, come to the mic, because we're going to unwind this thing.
Yeah.
So we have original plans to make it back into a water plant in 2012.
I believe we were upgrading the raw water intake building with Infinity in 12, and then it went to a booster station after that.
So my question is, why didn't the administration take the original 2012 plans and move forward with that?
The plans were supplied to Trigon, just like Aaron said. So we've been working with her to try to get the project upgraded. Now, the decision to go with Trigon versus Infinity, that's done through a procurement process.
I understand that, Ben, but my question is...
If you asked the question...
I know, but I'm asking a different question than you're answering.
Okay.
The question that I'm asking is, if we have a set of plans from an engineering firm that we hand over to another engineering firm, but they can't use them, so why didn't we stick with the engineering firm that we could use them?
As I said, we went through a procurement process.
That's not the question. I know what you went through, and I know how you got there. I want to know why we went through that procurement process.
I don't have that answer for you.
Does anybody have that answer for me?
The scope of work is not the same, Mr. Roussel. Those designs, and I don't know about those designs. As you remember, I started here in January of 2019. So I don't know about those designs, but if there was a design for that water plant that designed a specific scope of work, it's probably not the same as the scope of work that we're going through now, because we're trying to build a $5 million plant with $2.5 million. And so now we're working through with Trigon to try to cut corners, to try to get things done so we can get 3 million gallons a day in capacity out of a plant that we need to be spending $5 million on, and we're going to do it with $2.5 million.
Yeah, okay, I understand all that magic you just said. We're still making the water. Are we making any different type of water?
No, sir, but it's not that simple.
It's not that simple, but
The other concern was we were submitting this and do plan on submitting it to FEMA for reimbursement. And I do not feel like if we just pulled plans off the shelf from a long time ago and said this is what we went with, that FEMA would even consider the reimbursement on that. And like the engineer said, before they even would potentially make this a project, they would need an assessment done. And that's why the assessment was done.
Ken, the elevation of the electric motors and control panels, are they at a sufficient height to where if Hurricane Ida happened tomorrow, would they be spared?
No, sir.
On what planet does that make any sense?
Somebody want to elaborate?
Now, the new motors and pumps that we do have, we have got a plan in place that we can take them out. That we have a plan in place to take them out.
Taking out electrical motors the day before a hurricane makes
It's not going to be a day before. The plant right now is running. We're pumping water down south. Everybody down south has water right now.
So if we're not building any sort of elevated structure to house this crucial infrastructure, what is the geotechnical work for?
That I don't know. I'm saying right now we have a plan in place to remove the electrical and the pumps in place, to remove the pumps in place to take them out.
And this is with employees that have to take care of their own affairs the moment before a hurricane is coming to us, right?
Yes, we have the plan. We have the plan. Well, with limited money that we have, that's what we have to do. We have to make do with what we got. That's what we have in place. So we have what, $2.5 million. That's what we have.
Y'all just found $6 million in port priority funding to build a booster station down to support infrastructure.
I didn't.
Like, why not? Where's the priority at?
I need money.
It's like the municipal drinking water supply here. This isn't like some little thing. It's a big deal.
Mr. Blink, the $6 million you speak of is port priority funds, which has gone through the port. That's got nothing to do with the Plaquemines Parish government.
Well, yeah, no, it's a big piece of the middle of the water system.
It is, absolutely, and I don't disagree. And if the port's got another $6 million they want to send over, we'd be happy to use it.
the port doesn't have $6 million, it's getting it from the state. So, just like I think Mr. Blink is saying, why don't you go out and find $6 million to do this? But my point is this, forget about all of the plans that we ignored and we move forward. I've been sitting here for a year listening to that preliminary plans were going to be presented in the next couple of weeks, and I've heard that for the last 3 or 4 months. So what has changed, Mr. Epley?
I believe at the last council meeting, I told you that the preliminary plans would be within a week or 2 weeks, and they were.
And you told me that about 3 or 4 months ago, and prior to
I
that.
told you they were working on preliminary plans. I didn't have an idea when they were going to be submitted.
Well, if they got a notice to proceed in July, I can understand why they're not done.
We would have happily started this project sooner had we had money and cash flow in order to do this project. Again, Mr. Vieira's brought up several valid points about cash flow. We were $20 million in the hole for debris removal at that point. Fiscal responsibility. We were trying to be fiscally responsible. I understand that, there's different priorities, and Mr. Blink and you and maybe Mr. LaFrance, if you guys want to sit in a room with me and tell me how you want this thing designed, I'd be happy to bring it back to Trigon and let them know.
That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is I've been sitting here for months relying on administration telling me what's going on, and it's not the truth. That's the bottom line. I had enough. Thank you.
Mr. Blink, we have an answer for you for the geotech.
Sure.
Yeah, just for clarity, the proposal currently is to provide an elevated platform for what's called the electrical switchgear, which is sort of the main, where the electricity comes into the plant and then is distributed. So that doesn't account for pumps or motors or equipment that's throughout the plant, but it does take the main component of the electrical and elevates it
That's very helpful. How high is that going to be?
above the base flood. We'll meet FEMA requirements on that. I do want to put the caveat, though, we're structuring the bid documents to possibly take it out if it's outside of the parish's budget.
We're just going to be right back here again. If we have to redo the main electrical feed to the water, like the place that makes our drinking water. And I know this isn't on you. You're just.
Well, I understand that our responsibility is to meet the parish's budget, so.
And what is the projected cost of that?
I don't have numbers today. We need to get the site plans from the surveyor, and then we'll lay out all the equipment, and we will develop a cost estimate after that.
What budget are you working with?
Sorry?
How much budget are you working with?
The allocated funding for the project is $2.5 million. Not all of which will go towards construction, but the bulk of it.
What percentage will go to the construction and what's the rest?
Engineering fees, survey fees, geotech fees are included in that amount.
You got a rough percentage?
90%.
That's close.
Construction? So 250,000 for others?
I can't commit to numbers. I didn't bring numbers with me this evening. We can provide those. Everything's, the contracts are developed, all those numbers are on paper, but I'd have to go look it up.
Well, if I looked at 10% of 2.5 million, that would be an accurate number or close?
I would prefer to look it up before I commit to any numbers.
Well, I would hope that the administration would give us alternatives before you drop something out, especially the elevation issue. If it's about another $500,000 or whatever the budget increases before you decide to go do that, at least come back to us and let us know what the option is so we can see if we can find money, because we seem to be finding money for everything else.
We'll make sure to discuss the cost estimate with the engineering staff.
And you commit to bring it back and let us know what that is, Mr. Dugas?
What everyone was referring to is the administration will get together with Trigon and we'll discuss options and.
Yes, we will bring it to the council.
We're going to live in a disaster area. We need to be really, really, really good at it. Not building a water plant to withstand something that we know will happen in the future is not prudent. Building the 911 center on the ground, no matter how good the levee is not a good idea. Some problems we create ourselves here, and I hope we can get away from that in the future. Are we ready to vote on this?
No, not yet.
Okay, all right. Mr. LaFrance, go ahead.
It's a discussion item.
So I just want to get this straight. You're going to put Post Sulphur Water Plant, there was plans to put Post Sulphur Water Plant as a booster plant, and 3 miles down to Diamond, there's another booster plant. Does that make any sense to me? Does it make any sense to you? Don't forget, it's only 3 miles apart.
Mr. LaFrance, at this point, it's my understanding that the Port Sulphur plant will produce water.
Yeah, but there was plans to make it a booster plant. They just
The project was built to make Port Sulphur a booster plant. Yes, it was. And then the storm hit,
What storm?
Hurricane Ida.
Yeah, but you already had Diamond booster plant there.
Y'all boosting still? Okay,
It's running as a booster plant now.
okay.
The plant is a booster plant now.
Yeah.
The previous plans that Infinity designed, they was going to stop producing water at Port Sulphur. That plan was scratched. They made it a booster plant and where it could produce water. So the parish decided to keep it in service as a plant that was making water and had the option to be a booster plant. So they combined the two and made it a water plant, kept it operational, and the option to have a booster station as a side. So it is a booster station and it was an operational water plant. So that was the design, and moved the rest of the money to Bell Chase. to increase the capacity of Belle Chase. So that's the way Port Sulphur is set up now. So it right now is operating strictly as a booster station. That's the way Port Sulphur is set up right now. It's operating as a booster station. It's receiving water from Belle Chase and boosting it down the road. That's how that is how it's operating as we speak.
Okay. So let me ask you this question. So there's plans of there's a hurricane coming. You're going to pull the motor. You're going to pull the motor, okay, the electrical motor. So you're going to block this in. So
In
We'll still be able-
reality, the employees are never going to show up for that.
okay.
That's not
So-
going to happen.
Yeah. So
We just did
if-
it, Mr. Blank. We just did it.
I can tell you, if I were them, I would not be going over there to yank electrical motor. I would go to my house and handle my affairs. This
So-
is not going to work in the real
We,
world.
we operated it during Ida before it flooded.
I'm telling you, I don't know what employee in the right mind is going to go save an electrical motor versus the things out of their own home.
We have employees
poor
during
plan.
the
It's a
we
very
have
poor
employees
plan.
during the middle of Hurricane Ida putting sand, doing all kind of stuff on the
We also had
levees.
pumping station operators that defected.
But
Like you,
point of
no.
order, Mr. Chairman, I have the
Go
floor.
ahead. All right, I'm sorry, Mr. LaFrance.
Okay. So once you remove the motor, so you'll be operating on bypass?
The booster station motors and pumps are already elevated, so it can still operate as a booster station. Now the plant part will not operate.
Okay.
So that part, the booster station will still be able to operate, but the plant part that produces water from the river will not be able to operate.
Okay.
So the booster station is already elevated. It's still operating. It operated during Ida. Only the part we didn't. That's why the Corps of Engineers, the U.S. Coast Guard was able to bring the generator and set it on top of the clear well, and we was able to boost water down the road, and we got water when all the rest of the area was flooded.
Okay.
So I know you remember that.
All right, right.
Okay.
All right. Let's get to more of a permanent fix when I'm dealing with the saltwater intrusion.
Okay.
I put this on this. I don't know, Mr. Eppley, or who's going to answer this. A permanent fix for the saltwater intrusion. What would be the projected cost of putting that reverse osmosis filter unit
At Port Sulphur?
at Port Sulphur?
You're looking at, last time I think it was over $500,000, but the maintenance costs on those on the reverse osmosis, every 6 months it's around about $250,000 to $300,000 just the maintenance costs.
The
pretty
portable
expensive.
unit, Mr. LaFrance, that's on site right now is insured for $1.2 million. That's the value of the unit that's there.
They're very expensive.
And just for the record, we are submitting all this to GOSAP, and GOSAP has tentatively agreed to pay for reimburse the parish for the osmosis system.
So, in your opinion, it wouldn't be cost effective to build one for?
Not every
Not at
10
that cost.
Not every 10-year event.
Uh-huh.
No, not every 10-year event. I don't think so.
But at every 10-year event, but they're projecting for the sea level to rise.
Well,
You deal with it then.
yeah, I would go then. They're very expensive.
Okay, and we are putting that unit right now at Boothville.
Yes, sir. It arrived today
And then the other unit going to be
at Point LaHash.
East Point Lash? Or West?
East.
East Point Lash.
Yeah, it's on.
So with Biden infrastructure plan, we wouldn't be eligible to tap into that type of money?
I don't know.
I don't know exactly what the Biden infrastructure money could get us. I know it's got a lot to do with transportation. This would not fall under transportation. I met with a grant writer day before yesterday and gave her our information, and what we needed was water and sewer, and she's going to look for grants for us for that.
Yeah, you.
Anybody else on the subject?
I'd like to make one comment before we move on, because one council member seemed to insinuate that when a hurricane happens, all of our employees flee and no one takes on certain responsibilities that are required of them. That's just not true. Matter of fact, in the middle of Ida, a lot of employees put their lives on the line down in Jesuit Bend trying to prevent that water from coming over the hump. And the police department was also going door to door to warn employees so that they could move. So the insinuation that, during Hurricane Ida, no employees perform their duty or just abdicate their duties and flee the parish is false. It's not true. And quite frankly, I think an apology should be given to all of them.
Randy, I'll apologize. I might have overstepped there. But, in the hours leading up into a hurricane, any extra work that doesn't need to be done simply doesn't need to be done. We can correct this now through design. This is why we're paying engineering firm a lot of money. So we have a good design. So we could get the human element out of getting ready for a storm as much as possible. It should be switches and machines, not relying on the good people at Plaquemines Parish that are working to go and stop what they're doing to get their families ready to go yank an electrical motor or a panel out of a water plant. It should have been designed from the start the correct way. That's the point that I'm trying to make. I know that the employees went and did a really good job. Have y'all got that hump over there fixed yet? Is there a flyover there? Is anybody safer today than they were the day before Ida came through by that spot? What have y'all done to fix that?
Show me the money, Mr. Blink. If you want me to lift the water plant 20 feet off the ground, give me the money.
Have
if
you
you
worked
want,
with any of the congressional staffers to get that done? There was one here. Have you worked with any of the senators to get that done?
We had
Have you
Senator
worked with DOT to get it done.
We had Senator Cassidy in our
progress there.
We had Senator Cassidy in our office. The parish president is always on the phone with the various congressional delegation. We just met with Senator Hewitt just yesterday. So to act like none of this goes on is given our constituents the wrong impression and the false impression. It is not true that the administration is not communicating with our federal partners, our state partners, grant folks. Matter of fact, per capita, we receive more grants than anybody else in the state. So it's just not true. It's just not true.
From where I'm sitting, it does not seem like you're up to the task at hand. You're putting electrical motors and panels on the ground and all this other stuff, hoping employees can show up the day before a hurricane comes, yank the panel out the plant. The hump hasn't been fixed. We're using borrowed equipment with half-rotten sandbags to shore up the levee over by Venice. If we want to keep going down this path, I am very displeased. And these are things that I've asked for. I've asked for Rostan to take a look at this, to use FEMA money to fix some of these problems. And I cannot tell employees what to do. This is a legislative body. We set the budget. We make rules. Y'all send the employees off on the thing. If y'all want me to keep going, I will. I am disappointed. I'll yield. I almost want to just give this to Russo and go take a breather.
Good.
We'll go on to
I'll take this meeting real quick and we're going to end it.
Here, you can take it.
Next item, please.
4A, update by charter directors.
Where are we?
Any questions about the director's reports?
Question.
Councilman Badalamy.
The marina, the levee, they stopped working on that. Did you reinstate that to do that?
Trailers in the way that they asked.
All that's been moved.
It's been moved. Well, they're going to continue to work on it.
They need to do it.
They'll continue to work on it.
You're going to make sure that happens tomorrow. Okay, thank you.
They're going to work on it. Yes, sir.
Any further items on the director's report?
Yeah,
Yeah.
me.
Who?
Carlton.
Mr.
Yeah.
LaFrance.
Mr. Russo, I'm looking at your update. That's for prom. That's it?
What's that, sir?
On your update on prom. Do you care to elaborate on the 2 tractors we purchased?
We have 11 tractors working as of today.
Yeah.
Okay. We got 6 on the levee going down the Mississippi River levee. They finished up, and we had 3 on the bottom end and Diamond working north. They got together. They finished that section of the levee up. They moved down to the south side of Diamond to cut from the south side of Diamond to Thomas Lane, because that's where the new contractor starts on the Mississippi River levee. After they get there, they're going to move down to Narren, and 4 tractors are going to stay on the Mississippi River levee, and 2 tractors are going to go on Highway 11 and continue cutting south. We got 4 tractors sitting on the other side, the back levee. They're around Empire, maybe a little south of Empire. They're working all the way down to Venice, and then they'll catch the river levee and come back up, and then everybody meet at Fort Jackson and clean up Fort Jackson.
I'm asking you, Mr. Roussel, did we just purchase two tractors?
We got a total of
No?
6.
Answer the question. Did we just purchase 2 new tractors?
We purchased 3.
3.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's what you wanted because you wouldn't give us the money to cut the back levee. So you said get tractors and let our tractor drivers run them.
Yeah, but to do that, we had needed a vote from the council.
Sir,
To do that,
The-
we had needed a vote from the council.
the money was already in the budget.
So the 100,000 on the agenda today can be taken off.
Sir?
100,000 on the agenda today can be taken off because you spent it?
100,000 for,
That I had introduced at the last council meeting to purchase 2 new tractors.
we had the $250,000 there for heavy equipment already, sir.
Are you?
Anybody else have any questions on the director's reports? Hearing none? Move on.
Item number 5, bids and advertisements. There are none. Item number 6, beer and liquor licenses.
Key in if you have any.
I need one.
Who has one?
Nobody.
Okay. There is one that Councilmember Roussel is offering for Councilmember Kognovich. It is for the South Plaquemine High School Homecoming Parade to be held on October 21st, 2022 from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. 36342 Highway 11 Buras, Louisiana to 35410 Highway 11 Buras.
I offered extra second.
Second.
Any comments or discussion on special permit? Hearing none, machine is open.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, no.
Permit is adopted 6-0. Next item, please.
Item 7, building permits, 7A construction permits. Number 1, Magnolia Terminal LLC, application number 2022-734 dated August 5th, 2022. Install 4 midstream ship berths secured by ankle piles, chains, and buoys, and install 3 barge fleets and 6 barge tiers, which will be secured by 2 monopoles per tier. West Point, Lahash. Councilmember LaFrance.
Do we have someone from Magnolia Terminal?
No one here from Magnolia Terminal, moving forward or deferring?
Defer. He
Right.
was here.
He must have got tired. Let me ask you this, I wish you'd go through the agenda, and any deferrals, would you please let us know at this time, beginning with Mr. LaFrance? Mr. Bartholomew, you have any deferrals?
Yeah, the rest of the items on the District 1 be deferred, but added back to the agenda in the next council meeting. Mardi Gras pass and stuff, need to be discussed. Greatway Park, White Ditch, status of asbestos and.
All right, item 11D will be deferred. Ms. Nahay,
Let me find it.
Mr. Arborough, do you have any deferrals?
Item 9-4, and I would like to add it to, item 4, and I would like to add it to the agenda for next.
Item 4 will be deferred. That is item 9A4.
9A4.
Deferred.
9A4.
Any other items? None?
We also, item 7B is being deferred. There's some more.
7B deferred. 9J deferred.
And we also have 9K, that is a duplicate, that needs to be withdrawn.
9K.
9K.
withdrawn.
Yes.
9A,
Any others?
okay.
Mr. France, any others? Ms. Newberry?
Losing the agenda.
At this time, we will go through and we'll have 7A1 deferred. We'll have 7A2
A2.
as well.
Okay. Happy Jack Investments, application number 2022-817, dated August 30th, 2022. Install foundation for fuel tanks, install bulkhead, and repair existing dock at Happy Jack Marina, Happy Jack Lane, Port Sulphur. Councilmember LaFrance.
So offered.
Councilman France offers. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Thalamy. Any comments or discussion on the item? Hearing none, sheet is open. And the permit is approved 6-0. Next item, please.
Number 3, Black Bear Transmission LLC, application number 2022-675, dated July 12, 2022. Proposed project consists of lowering of 175 feet of the existing Gloria 10-inch pipeline to accommodate the cleanout of an existing canal associated with USA CE NOV NFW 05A.1. La Roussette to Myrtle Grove project, and the removal of 770 feet and 630 feet of two 10-inch pipelines, Gloria and Lafitte pipelines, across the proposed new La Roussette to Myrtle Grove levee segment, the relocation of the Gloria and Lafitte pipelines through the proposed T-wall location in the new La Roussette to Myrtle Grove segment, Alliance area. Councilman LaFrance.
I would like to take 3, 4, and 5 in Globo.
4, Shell Pipeline Company LLP, application number 2022-676, dated August 17th, 2021. Install bank line stabilization structure along existing 20-inch Delta crude pipeline, Grand Bayou area. Councilmember LaFrance. Number 5, Shell Pipeline Company LP, application number 2022-896, dated September 30th, 2022, relocate the Delta Alliance 16-inch pipeline to accommodate the construction of the New Orleans Venice West Bank Levee Project, Alliance area. Councilmember LaFrance.
So offered.
There's a second. Second by Councilmember Newberry. Any comments or discussion on the permits? Audience? Hearing none, sheet is open. And the permit's adopted 7-0.
7C, Shane Shedville, new camp at FP 469 Martin Lane, Port Sulphur, Louisiana. Councilmember LaFrance.
So offered.
Second. Any comments or discussion on the permit? Second by myself. None? Audience? She's open.
I didn't yet.
Sheet is open. There we go. Permit is adopted 7-0.
Item 8, introductions of ordinances and resolutions.
Okay, we have a lot. The following are for Councilmember Blank: an ordinance to amend the 2022 Public Health Fund operating expenditure budget, Mosquito Control Department, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance to amend the 2022 General Fund operating revenue and expenditures budgets, Community Action Department, CSBG Cares Division, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance to amend the 2022 General Fund operating expenditure budget, Self-Insurance Department, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance to amend the 2022 Public Health Fund operating revenue and expenditure budgets, Ambulance, General Department, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance approving a plan of re-subdivision of Lot 2A being a portion of Lot 5, Lower Star Plantation, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, into Lots 2A1 and 2A2, Lower Star Plantation, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, as shown on the plan and plat of survey by Dufresne Surveying and Engineering, Inc., dated March 31st, 2022, the owner having fulfilled all the requirements of the subdivision and re-subdivision ordinance of the Parish of Plaquemines, without cost to the Plaquemines Parish government or the Parish of Plaquemines, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance to amend the 2022 Library Services Fund operating expenditure budgets, Libraries, General Department, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. The next two are for Councilmember Arbrough. An ordinance to amend the 2022 operating expenditure budget, various funds, various departments, various line items, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance to amend the 2022 general fund operating expenditure budget, Community Action Agency, Transit Department, and the Maintenance General Department, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. There are two for Councilmember Gui. An ordinance adopting the original capital improvement budget for the Plaquemines Parish government for the 5-year period beginning January 1st, 2023, and ending December 31st, 2027, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance approving a plan of re-subdivision of lots 14, 15, and 16, Square 29, Belle Chase Town Site, Belle Chase, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, into Lot 15A, Square 29, Belle Town Site, Belle Chase, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, as shown on the plat and plan of survey by Dufresne Surveying and Engineering Incorporated, dated May 17, 2022, the owner having fulfilled all the requirements of the subdivision and re-subdivision ordinance of the Parish of Plaquemines without cost to the Plaquemines Parish government or the Parish of Plaquemines, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. We have the final two are for Councilmember Roussel. An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan, Belle Chase Water Treatment Plant, raw water intake pump station project, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And the final one is a resolution to adopt the Plaquemines Parish Title VI plan as required under the Federal Transportation Administration, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Next item, please.
Agenda item 9, ordinances and resolutions on second reading and final passage. 9A, ordinances and public hearings pursuant to Article 6, Section 6.01E of the Plaquemines Parish Charter. Number 1, an ordinance to accept the portion bid of K Exploration Company for mineral lease purposes on Parish Tract 22-1 covering parish-owned property located in all that portion of Section 35, Township 20 South, Range 29 East, Buras Levy District, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, estimated to contain approximately 7.640 acres out of the total 613.6 acres, more or less, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Councilmember Kognovich.
I will offer on behalf of Councilman Kanovich. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Blink. This is, as you heard in preamble, a lease, $250 per acre, cash payment of $1,910, and a minimum royalty of 25%. Any comments or questions on the item?
Yes, is this a new lease or is this?
Yes, this is a portion for a bid, to accept a portion bid for mineral lease on that tract, 22-1. Any further comments or questions on the item? Hearing none, machine is open. And the ordinance is adopted 7-0. Is there any objection to taking items number 2 and 3 in globo, 2 subdivisions?
Actually, I think you have to do the ordinances individually.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. 9A2, an ordinance approving a plan of re-subdivision of the property of Lot 1 and now or formerly no lease, Barrios Junior Property, Paul Barrios Division, Sections 12 and 13, T15S, R24E, Southeast Division, that's Southeastern District of Louisiana, west of the Mississippi River, Jesuit Bend, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, into lots 1A and 1B, Paul Barrios Division, Section 12 and 13, T15S, R24E, Southeast District of Louisiana, as shown on the plan and plat of survey by Dufresne Surveying and Engineering, Inc., dated April 5th, 2022, the owner having fulfilled all of the requirements of the subdivision and re-subdivision ordinance of the Parish of Plaquemines without cost to the Plaquemines Parish government or the Parish of Plaquemines, and otherwise provide with respect thereto. Councilmember Newberry.
Councilmember Newberry?
I'll offer it.
Councilman Newberry offers his second.
Second.
Second by Councilmember LaFrance. Any comments or discussion on the ordinance of the subdivision?
I have one question.
Ms. LaHaye?
Yes. On the map, I just have a question, and there's an asphalt entrance to 1B.
Yes. So this is an existing mobile home, and they're just moving, they're expanding one lot, making the other one a little smaller. It's all it is moving the line to make one lot bigger than the other.
Okay, well then, A1, it shows gravel, but it doesn't show it going into the lot.
Gravel?
It stops. You see where the asphalt then go up and it says the other one shows gravel on 1A.
I guess there's a little gravel road there going to that lot. I haven't noticed. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you see right here?
Yeah.
So how are they going to get to A1?
Obviously, it goes from road to road, and I guess that gravel road from Highway 11 goes into that 1A.
Yeah, it doesn't cross over that pipeline and all. The asphalt does, but the gravel doesn't. It was just a question. I was curious.
Yeah. There's nothing that prevents the property owner from extending the gravel road. I think it's just showing you that the gravel road, this isn't like a subdivision where they're required to do all kind of roads, et cetera. So the gravel road is just showing you what currently exists. Nothing prohibits this property owner or subsequent property owner for just extending the gravel road onto 1A.
Any further comments on the item? Hearing none. Audience, machine's open. Subdivision is approved 7-0. Next item.
9A3, an ordinance approving a plan of re-subdivision of lots B2, B3, B4, B5 of Turpin Division and Plot C of BJ Perez Tract, Ollie, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, into Lot C1, BJ Perez Tract, and lots B2A, B3A, B4A, and B5A, Turpin Division, Ollie, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, as shown on the plan and plat survey by Dufresne Surveying Engineering, Inc., dated February 15, 2022, the owner having fulfilled all the requirements of the subdivision and re-subdivision ordinance of the Parish of Plaquemines without cost to the Plaquemines Parish government or the Parish of Plaquemines, and otherwise provide them with respect thereto. Councilmember Blank.
I'd like to offer as read.
Is there a second, Councilman? Mr. Bartholomew, seconds. Any comments or discussion on the item? Audience, hearing none, machine is open. And the ordinance adopted 7-0. Next item.
9D, an ordinance to rescind, annul, and set aside ordinance number 20-106, Section 2, which created a mosquito control user fee and otherwise provide with respect thereto. Councilmember LaFrance.
Deferred.
F, a resolution authorizing directing Danny Garrett, council attorney, to draft a cooperative endeavor agreement between the Plaquemines Parish Council and the Plaquemines Parish Tourism Board to manage and operate Fort Jackson, authorizing and directing the council chairman, Mark Cognovich, to negotiate the terms of said cooperative endeavor agreement and otherwise provide with respect thereto. Councilmember Cognovich.
I'll offer on behalf of Councilman Cognovich. Second, Ms. LaHaye. Any comments or discussion? Hearing none, machine is open.
This is, wait, we skipped, you skipped E, so I thought you was on E.
Oh, I thought we had.
Okay, so now we're talking about Mr. Cognovich's,
Yes. We're on F. That's what was just read.
I'll go back.
is the Plaquemines Parish government involved in this too? I mean, I'm trying to understand
What this is an agreement that we're trying to negotiate, and then when we get an agreement, we'll come back to the government for approval.
Are y'all aware of this?
I'm sorry?
This is about the, CPA.
This is about, I mean, I didn't know anything about it. I actually texted Mr. Cognovich and Mr. Garrett saying that I think that this probably should go through the regular channels through the government. Mr. Cognovich said he's been negotiating this, or he's attempting to negotiate this with the Tourism Commission. I said, that's okay. I said, but at the end of the day, it needs to come through, needs to come through the normal governmental process. So my understanding is this resolution is just giving Mr. Cognovich an opportunity to, have these discussions with the Tourist Commission. Once Mr. Garrett drafts the CEA, I'll review it. I've requested that I review it. And obviously y'all would have to pass a separate resolution authorizing the parish president to enter into the agreement.
This is one example of not being transparent. You have council members doing their own thing, you have the administration doing their own thing, but we're all not on the same page here. But I'll approve this today, and we'll come back, and y'all got to come back and look at this, and we got to approve the CEA when it comes down to it.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Any further comments or discussion on the item?
Yes. How can anybody oppose another entity in this parish to take over and make this system better? How in the world can we sit there and oppose this? This is ludicrous. It's crazy.
Nobody's opposing it.
Any further comments or discussion on the item? Hearing none, machine is open.
Councilmember LaFrance and Bartholomew. Thank you.
And the ordinance adopted 7-0.
Going back to item E, an ordinance to accept quitclaim deed from United States of America and otherwise provide with respect thereto. Councilmember LaFrance.
So offered.
Councilman LaFrance offers, I'll second. Any comments or discussion on the item?
What is this?
This is an ordinance that goes back and takes titles from property that was commandeered back in the days of Katrina. And if you want to elaborate on it,
This is an agreement for us to accept land that was commandeered by the federal government. At the last council meeting, Mr. Kognovich had some questions about some of the property owners being compensated. Mr. Cooley got the necessary information from the Corps on where the property owners were in fact compensated and all the documents associated therewith. It's my understanding he sent that to Mr. Kognovich and Mr. LaFrance. I spoke to Mr. Kognovich on the phone personally, and he assured me, or at least told me, that he was comfortable moving forward with what he received.
any comments further?
Yeah. Once the property is received, will it be going over to the real estate committee for review? And I'm sure those people would enjoy to have a larger backyard there. It's a big pit, right?
Well, what I would suggest is those individuals that are adjacent to this property, once it becomes titled to the parish, that they contact the administration, declare it surplus, and we can put it up for bid.
All right.
Any further comments?
Yield.
None? Machine is open. Adopted 7-0.
Item G, an ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan, Reach C Culvert Closure, Phoenix to Bohemia Project, and otherwise provide with respect thereto. Councilmember Bartholomew.
Offer.
Councilman Bartholomew offers. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Blink. Any comments or discussion on the item? Hearing none. Audience, machine is open. And the ordinance adopted 7-0. Next item.
Item H, an ordinance to amend the 2022 General Fund Manpower Structure and Operating Expenditure Budget, Interim Employee Training Department, and the Buildings General Department, and otherwise provide with respect thereto. Councilmember Arborough.
Offer. Councilmember Arborough offers. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Blink. Any comments or discussion on the item? No one? Move on. No more? Machine is open. And the ordinance is adopted 7-0.
Item I, an ordinance adopting the original operating budget of revenues and expenditures for the Plaquemines Parish government for the fiscal year beginning January 1, 2023 and ending December 31, 2023, and otherwise provide with respect thereto.
These
That
items
needs-
are going to be deferred.
Right.
Clean this up. Item I will be deferred.
Item L.
That's deferred also.
L will be deferred.
Item M, a resolution establishing the dates, times, and places of public hearings on the proposed 2023 operating budget and on the proposed capital improvements budget covering a period of at least 5 years as submitted by the parish president to authorize the council secretary to place the necessary public notice in the Plaquemines Gazette pursuant to section 7.02A and section 7.05C of the Charter for Local Self-Government Parish of Plaquemines, and otherwise provide with respect thereto. Councilmember Gooey.
Councilman Gooey is not here. So, do you have the dates?
Yes, it's Tuesday, November 15th, and Wednesday, November 16th.
I'll offer, and I don't have permission from Gooey to offer this, but we need to set these hearings, so I'll offer it next.
Oh, okay.
I can't make one of those dates, but I'll still offer it on his behalf.
Thank you. It's been offered with those dates. Is there a second? I'll second. Second by Councilmember Blink. Any comments or discussion?
The only question is, we don't have a set time. We usually start at 9.
Put 9.
Sure.
9's good. Okay. Any further comments or discussion? Budget hearings is that sheet is open.
Councilmember Newberry? Thank you.
And the item adopted 7-0. Next item, please.
N, a resolution directing the parish president to take efforts to investigate the options for foliage that may help to alleviate the parish's grass cutting obligations along state and parish roads and to provide with respect thereto. Councilmember Blank.
This is to get the administration to do some research, to contact Corps of Engineers, LSU Ag Center, DOTD to find.
You offer?
Yes, offer.
I'll second.
Get shorter foliage that doesn't require as much mowing. Change the situation from constantly chasing grass to having the right kind of grass here and wildflowers and such.
Any comments?
Ultimately, save parish money.
Any comments or discussion? Yes, Ms. Newberry?
Have you talked to anybody about their opportunities out there? Have you did any research yourself? Just
I spoke with folks from the LSU Ag Center. I spoke with folks from the Corps of Engineers. There's some opportunities that are out there. I don't think DOTD necessarily has a list from what I've been able to find out. But there's only so much I can do from here. The administration has that authority. So this is putting it in their court.
Any further comments or discussion on the item? Hearing none, machine is open. The item's adopted 7-0. Next
Item O, an ordinance to amend the
This
20...
item was requested to be withdrawn by finance.
on. Next.
Item 10, approval of minutes from the September 22nd, 2022 regular meeting.
Offer.
Second. Let me ask you, hold, before we, O was asked to be withdrawn? And is this where we got the tractors from?
It's withdrawn.
It's going to be withdrawn before I ask these questions. Mr. LaFrance had asked questions about the tractors. Is this where the tractor money came from?
Yes, sir.
Well, it wasn't appropriated. That was his point.
Capital budget for coastal zone.
So it's in the capital budget for coastal zone, and that's where y'all took the money from?
Coastal zone tractors, yes, sir, they cutting the levees.
And so why were we appropriating it then, if it's already there?
I'm not sure.
So, the question is, this was on the agenda to appropriate money to buy tractors from the Coastal Zone Management Department. They're telling us that it was in the budget for capital outlay, so I'm asking why we were appropriating if it's already there. Because they spent it already. Anybody got an answer?
No, sir, we'll have to ask finance what happened and how it happened.
Could you put this on the agenda for the next meeting, please?
You mean the actual legislation, not just the discussion?
Well, you can put this on there, because they might have
Keep it.
spent it
Okay.
without an appropriation.
Okay, so keep it.
And if they
Don't
spent it
withdraw
without an appropriation, we might have to come back and cover up for them.
So you want me to leave it, don't withdraw it from the agenda?
Defer it, and
Okay,
let's get a report on it, because if they spent it,
right.
next item, please.
Item 11, new business A, introduction of resolutions wherein suspension is sought. One was added and already addressed. Number 1, a resolution urging the removal of Registrar Voter Sharon Brandon by the State Board of Election Supervisors and otherwise provide with respect thereto. Councilmember LaHaye.
Mr. LaHaye, you offer? Councilman LaHaye offers, is there second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Arborough. Any comments or discussion on the suspension?
Yes.
On the suspension?
No.
Hearing none, machine is open on suspension.
I'm sorry, I have comments.
On the suspension of the rules,
Oh, okay.
machine is open. And the rules stand suspended. Proceed, Ms. LaHaye.
What?
You offer, you have any comments?
Yes.
Okay, you're up. Go ahead, Ms. You want to be recognized? Go ahead, Ms. Brandon.
Oh, I thought I was waiting for Ms. LaHaye.
Oh, yeah, sure. Recognize Ms. Brannon.
Okay, Ms. Brandon. You're up. You're up.
Okay. All right. After 3 attempts to terminate me, I still have not been made aware of the actual charges against me. and only 2 council people have actually reached out to me or my staff. I requested a copy of the resolution that's before you now, and Mr. Garrett told me that I needed to submit a public records request. So my job is on the line, and I can't know what the charges are without a public records request. Then I asked for a copy of whatever investigation or work had been done to create a document like this of such severity, and I was told that's attorney-client privilege. So I guess as a state employee and as a half parish, half state employee, I don't have rights? Is that, I mean, my name has been on the agenda and on the screen, and I have no idea what the charges are, but that's okay. So what happened to due process? What happened to facing your accuser? Or how about just plain common courtesy? At any rate, with all of the efforts I have made to alert the council and the state about possible problems that we've had with the redistricting plan and the changes after qualifying for the upcoming federal election, there was no interest, absolutely none, until I made an adjustment to my staff. Then suddenly, after this person was removed, we are calling for special meetings and to have me removed. It makes me wonder why. I really feel like this is retaliation, because this is actually happening, that this particular employee is a business partner of Mr. Roussel's. Their business started in May of this year, and then interestingly enough, there was an amendment to their Secretary of State corporation, which came the day after I got out of the hospital. And then the next adjustment came the day before this person was relieved of her duties. The job of the registrar is not rocket science. It's important. The duties of my office are to manage voter data, and we make absolutely every effort to keep all voter data up to date and accurate. Our duties are pretty much paint by number. We enter data into an antiquated system. We follow the rules outlined in the Louisiana Election Code, and we keep up with the changes as they come through each legislative session. It has been my top priority to have each person in my office trained and educated in every aspect of our duties, and I made sure that each employee, even part-time employees, have the most up-to-date copy of the election code on their desk at their fingertips at all times. Everyone is cross-trained in every aspect of the job, including myself. Even though it's not my task to actually do the data entry, I'm perfectly capable of doing it. I'm sorry, I'm out of breath, which is part of why I've been sick. But we have all sworn an oath to uphold the laws of the Constitution of the U.S. and Louisiana. All of you have sworn the same oath. We all have responsibilities to the people we serve. When I noticed problems with the execution of our redistricting plan, I shared my concerns with my superiors and with you. Because I've been very ill and often worked from my home office, I therefore secured the best possible advisors to help us in my office through the process. Gavin Billiot, who is actually responsible for training every ROV office in the state, worked with us hand in hand every step of the way. What could go wrong, right? I see this redistricting process as a very important responsibility, because what we do here, we have to live with for 10 years. There is, especially in these times of voter insecurity, we must go above and beyond to make sure that every voter experience is as clear and easily understood as humanly possible. the plan that Mr. Garrett made, and there were numerous corrections and numerous adjustments, was, and I'll quote at least 2 ROVs that reviewed the plan for us the first week in August. When I was concerned. I was feeling like something wasn't right. So I put together a team of the ROV from St. Tammany, St. Charles, their chief deputies. They went over the plan, and it started out like, okay, Sharon's just overreacting. You know, there's nothing wrong with it. This should just take an hour. Well, after the whole morning of just deciphering the ordinances and the changes, they said this was the most confusing any of them have ever seen, ever in the whole state. And they would know what they're talking about. So according to LARS 1941 through 51, the deadline for making any redistricting changes for this election was July 13th, 1 week before you qualified. During the time from July 14th until September, there were 2,981 adjustments made to voter data. That doesn't mean 2,000 voters, but for example, one candidate was moved from 8-2 to 7-2 on, let's see, right, I have the dates. That one was August 9th, and then changed again on September 7th, 6th and 7th. And then there was another voter who had a problem, another candidate who had a problem with the lines on Melvin Drive. So we had to make sure that that got changed, and those dates for that activity was right in the middle of qualifying. That was July 21st and 22nd. So I've contended with a lot, and I have it documented in a spreadsheet with all of the supporting evidence. Yes, I worked from home, but I work hard. And you'll see, you probably have emails from me that came at 1 o'clock in the morning, because I'm passionate about what I'm doing. And I really thought the person I had in place as my number 2 person was on the same page. When I discovered that that was not the case, I made an adjustment. Since then, I have been harassed. I've been threatened. My husband and I have both had phone calls from concerned friends and family members that say, Carrie, you better get your wife in line, or her retirement is not going to be right. And my retirement isn't right? We've had estimates where it was going to be half of what I expected. And I intended to retire about 2 months ago. But when I saw what was happening and this going off the rails, I'm not ending my career on this note. I have an amazing, impeccable reputation for being honest and following the rules. That's what I'm doing. Since then, I've been persecuted and harassed.
Thank you, Ms. Brandon, for your comments. Next.
Good evening, everybody. Kerry Lincoln, Bell Chase. I'm Sharon's husband. Anyone didn't realize that. Ms. LaHaye, I have a question. Have you contacted anyone in this office about your complaints? Have you asked anyone? You put this up to get someone fired. Did you do any type of research?
We don't fire.
Well, you passed it on for her to be.
If you ask her a question, you let her answer.
Okay.
Due to publicly available information and after consultation with the Secretary of State's office and other interested stakeholders, I am of the opinion that the Secretary of State and other state officials should step in at this time to ensure the integrity of the upcoming election.
Well, can you give me who it is put this report? You have a supposed report that we can't get a copy of. Can you tell me who designed this?
I'm sorry, that's all I have to say.
So you can't give me any type of information on how you base this?
Questions answered?
Okay, that's interesting. let's see, Mr. Garrett, that's your all's attorney from what I understand. He's also a map maker. Is this correct?
Is that a statement?
It's a statement. I guess we'll do it that way. Yeah, Mr. Garrett seems to be y'all's attorney who tends to block everything for getting any kind of information here. And he's also a map maker who designed this mess that seems to have everybody up in uproar. I've even had rumors that he's the investigator who investigated and built this supposed report of all the lies and fictitious issues. In fact, some of the stuff I even seen, it looked like he was swearing to his own benefits on some things. Let's see. Secretary of State, demographic. Well, I guess where we're at is, I'm wondering if this is a retaliation for terminating Miss Wilcox, which we already heard is in business with Mr. Roussel, because it seemed that all of this come about the day after she was terminated. That's when it started. You know, we've had threats. I think my wife explained that. We had threats that she'd lose her job, which it looks like that's where we're trying to go with it, that she's going to lose her pension, which it seems that they miraculously lost about $200,000 of her pension. Let's see, where else can we go with this? Being that you're not giving any information, I think that's a violation of the Sixth Amendment that guarantees the right to know who your accusers are and the nature of the charges and evidence, which I don't seem to be available. You've attacked her credibility. You've attacked the credibility of the Register of Voters office. You're bringing all of this to light, putting it in public forum, because she's been doing everything in her power not to put this in public forum, even though that's what she was accused of. She's asked to make corrections on what's not properly done on an election, because it's got some major issues in it. Y'all are guilty of defamation of character, violating the Whistleblowers Act. And the funniest one, I guess, is you're actually guilty of threatening a voter official. Might want to look that one up. Ms. Garrett, since you're an attorney. That's punishable up to 5 years in prison. I think I've said enough. Do y'all have any comments?
Any comments from the board?
Yes, I'm up here in the queue. I have some questions for Ms. Brennan. Ms. Sharon.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Sharon. I'm just on the impression that you didn't show up to work, and I've seen your emails, and you said 2 council members did address you about the issue. Has Mr. Garrett ever addressed you about any of these issues?
Well, he's responded to my emails and defended his plan or dismissed whatever my concerns were. But definitely, I could not get a copy of anything that you have in front of you when it's about me.
Is there anything in front of us?
Mr. Garrett, you did go through a process here of interviewing someone about the situation?
Yes, I was asked by a council member to look into it, and actually, the first time I was asked was actually almost 2 months ago.
So you
started looking into it.
You interviewed one certain person, but you never interviewed Ms.
No. What I was provided were text messages. I also, again, I have a number of the emails with regard to some of the statements that were made because I was included in them. I also made a public records request to the Secretary of State's office for the information that they had. And frankly, it's where I learned some of the stuff I was completely unaware of with regard to, for example, that Ms. Brennan had not actually logged into the ERA voter registration system except one time between February 25th and September 15th.
That's untrue.
I got this from public records request from the Secretary of State's office.
Still untrue.
And so I relied on what the Secretary of State's office provided with regard to the training that was afforded. I was provided Secretary of State's office emails with regard to communications to Ms. Brannon about some of the concerns, because it can be complicated in assigning voters in a new redistricting plan. There were, and they included in the report, I mean, I've got the documents. I gave a summary, fairly extensive summary, quoting from those emails from the Secretary of State's office. A number of the concerns that Ms. Brannon raised to them, and I include that in the report, they indicated those were not issues. And I've been party to those emails simply because they included me in those. So once I did that, again, and I think Ms. LaHaye said, this is not a trial. Y'all don't fire the Secretary, the Registrar of Voters. This is just y'all making a recommendation to the Board of Election Supervisors that they, under the statute, conduct a hearing. They are the only ones that have that determination. Y'all don't have that authority per statute.
Can I get a clear answer on the ERIN system? Now, that is the system that the Secretary of State uses for the Register of Voters to put in for redistricting. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. That is it's an acronym. I think I put it in what it actually stands for, but it's the state's electronic voter database. It is a highly secure system. They have extremely strenuous protocols. As was explained to me by the first Assistant Secretary of State, one of the protocols is that no one is supposed to disclose their confidential login data because they want to be able to track exactly who logged in under specific login data by the date all the way down to the second. And I have that, they provided that information. That's why I know how many times Ms. Brannon's login data was utilized because they keep record of that system.
Mr. Garrett, I don't interrupt. We have 4 minutes left on the tape, and then we'll have to.
I'll be happy to answer any more questions.
Okay, so do you have any access to how many people log in?
I can run a report anytime, and the ERIN system is where we put the data entry. So my confidential assistant, the part-time person, and the chief deputy typically do the actual data entry. I know how to do it. I can do it. I had reports pulled and brought to me. I've applied for FMLA, Family Medical Leave Act, and I was denied. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, but so the last, you said there was a deadline as of July 13th to put information in. So what happens after that deadline? Does that mean y'all can still put information in after July 13th?
It should not affect this election. So if there were mistakes, if there were changes that needed to be made, then we could make them that would be ready to go in 2023 for the next election. But for example, what happened here was we had we created 6 new precincts. You guys created 6 new precincts. And one of them is called 81A, 82A. What district do you think those are in? District 7. Where's 83? That would be District 9. What about 51? What about 61A? That's actually District 1. Now, all of these little mergers were all approved, except...
Ms. Brannon, I hate to interrupt you, but we're going to have to take about how many minute recess?
About a 5 minute.
5 minute recess so we can reset the video. All right, Ms. Brannon, you have about 3 or 4 more minutes left.
Why do I have a limit?
Because we have a rule 10 minutes.
When my job is on the line? Okay, we'll roll with that.
Okay,
You're the boss.
Sharon, I have some questions. So you said that in one of your statements, I'm sorry, give me a second. You said that after the deadline, we passed an ordinance, the state rejected that ordinance. Is that what you were trying to say?
That's exactly where I was going. That we requested, the parish requested the state's approval to merge 82A with 72. And that's a little part of Narren that just happens to include a candidate and his family and his neighbors. And then we have 81A that's in the Becknell area, and the plan wanted to move that into 71. And there were other mergers and such, and it was consistently denied that 82A and 81A could not be merged into 72 and 71 because it interrupted or crossed senatorial districts.
Ms. Brennan,
So that couldn't happen. So the next day, so the day after my deadline was July 13th, I have emails when Mr. Garrett acknowledges we can't merge 82 and 72 and 82A with 7. We can't do that. So on the next day, on July 14th, the day after my deadline to change anything, he introduces ordinance number 2287, where he geographically merges 7-2 and 8-2A, etc. And the state came back and said, geographically or not, you can't merge it. So we didn't merge it. Then, all of a sudden, 8-2A and 8-1A are both part of District 7 with no precinct. You got to have a precinct or you don't have a polling place. So I asked for, I badgered the state. I was a pain in the butt trying to get clarification, trying to get information.
Ms. Brennan, who rejected it? Who was the person in the state?
That would have been Heather Myers or Elise Babin. Those are our contacts.
And Mr.
And what
has that been corrected? Can you express?
Wait, let me just say one more thing about, I have several reports from the state dated after July 13th that clearly say 8-2A has no registered voters. And I have it on July 26th. 8-2A has no registered voters. Today, 8-2A has 29 registered voters.
Can Mr. Garrett?
Sure.
Not a complete comment. Are you finished, Ms. Brandon?
For now.
No, finish your testimony, then he'll respond.
I don't know what the charges are, so I will respond as they come before me.
Mr. Russo, I'll ask Mr. Garrett to respond.
In February, y'all adopted your redistricting order.
Can you talk to the mic, please?
Yes, just a minute. Thank you.
On February 25th, you adopted your redistricting ordinance. That ordinance, in it, created a number of precincts because we had to create precincts because we had to split precincts to make the redistricting work. In that ordinance, precincts 8-1A was created out of 8-1 and 8-2A was created out of 8-2. In that ordinance, both of those precincts were assigned to District 7 because we needed the population. It's the little piece above where you were and a little piece below where you were. And that geography is essentially from the old District 7 line down Highway 23 to Edgecombe Lane, east, and then up basically Highway 11, pretty much. That does contain voters, but it was a new precinct. Those precinct creations, once the ordinance became final, because we had to wait till the 10 days because it wasn't signed, once it became final, we submitted those to the Secretary of State. The Secretary of State approved the creation of all of those precincts. Subsequent to that, the school board adopted their plan using those precincts. Then the clerk of court came and urged, would y'all consider merging precincts so that you didn't have as many? In other words, take some of the new precincts and merge them with an existing precinct. Now, the precinct exists. 8-2A is a precinct, and it's been a precinct since y'all adopt the ordinance became final on, I think, on March 10th. We attempted to do as many mergers as we could. Two of the mergers that we proposed were to merge precinct 8-2A into precinct 7-2 and precinct 8-1A into 7-1. Those two correctly were rejected as mergers. Didn't mean the precinct did no longer exist. We just could not merge them into that other precinct. So 8-2A was still a precinct. 8-2A was still in District 7. We just could not merge it with precinct 7-2. In the language of that merger ordinance, we use the term, the ordinance used the term consolidated rather than merged. The Secretary of State's office reached out after I sent them that ordinance and said, look, we'd prefer you use the term geographically merged rather than consolidate. I said, okay. They said, look, but this deadline's coming up. Can y'all at least express that that was your intent? Y'all actually adopted a resolution under suspension expressing that your intent was to merge them, so we did it. Then the Secretary of State asked that we actually technically change the language in the ordinance. We didn't make any other changes to the ordinance because that's not what we were allowed to do. In other words, so we literally changed the words consolidated to geographically merged in the ordinance. There was never an effort to re-merge them because we couldn't. The Secretary of State was correct. And the reason we couldn't merge them is because Precinct 7-2, under the state Senate plan that they had passed, was in State Senate District 7. Precinct 8-2, from which we had carved 8-2A, was in the Senate District 8 plan. Now, I admit, if you look at the map, which is why I attempted to merge them originally, because if you look at the map, it looks like you can. It looks like the line is the river. But when you go back to Senate Bill 1, which is the ordinance adopting the Senate redistricting plan, it makes it fairly clear that 7-1 and 7-2 are in Senate District 7, 8-1 and 8-2 are in Senate District 8, which means I couldn't take a part of 8-1 and put it in a precinct that was a part of Senate District 7. Heather was absolutely correct. I was part of an email chain where the question was asked by Ms. Wilcox, so what does that mean? And Heather just says, all of the precinct mergers are approved except for these two. Those two precincts exist, and even sent them a full list of precincts, which included Precinct 8-1A and 8-2A. And if you look on the clerk court's website, they have polling places for those precincts. They exist. The only thing we couldn't do is merge them. It didn't mean they didn't exist. It didn't mean they were not already in District 7. And that took place as of March 15th when that ordinance was final, and then upon the Secretary of State's merger. So that was a confusion. And so what apparently happened is that there was confusion that because the mergers were not approved, that somehow the precincts didn't exist. And that was simply incorrect. It was factually incorrect. So apparently when the Registrar of Voters Office was assigning persons, they couldn't get them they didn't put anybody in Precinct 8-2A.
This item will be deferred. Mr. Bartholomew has to leave unless you want to call a question and vote on it now.
I gotta leave. I mean, I think y'all gonna vote on the issue.
We got to get to the end of this.
I'm up for whatever you want to do.
So, Mr. Garrett, can you explain what exactly I'm voting on for today?
All this resolution does is points out several issues with regard to the registrar's conduct. And with all due respect, the statute specifically said it's the registrar's duty to assign the voters. So, but the council doesn't have the authority to terminate a registrar because it's not supposed to be easy to do that. Y'all have to send it to the State Board of Election Supervisors. They are required to have a hearing under the Administrative Procedures Act. They're required to put the registrar on notice, have her be there. Then, if she's displeased with their action, she can actually take and get another hearing in district court. Y'all are not firing anyone. Y'all simply asking them to take the matter up.
And you were advised to get an attorney at our cost, and why was that?
Item will be deferred. If we don't call a question.
Mr. Roussel, everybody sits up here, every council member, and takes the time to talk about other things, and you sit here and complain about how things should be done behind closed doors before we get here. So now she's defending herself. I want to hear the story. So
We're going to hear it.
you can defer it, and we can bring it back to the table.
Can I just ask a question, just to tie things up just a little bit? Mr. Garrett, who was the council person that asked you to put this together? Attorney-client privilege, right? And then was the only other person that you questioned a former disgruntled employee who actually did some questionable things and whose daughter actually works for the Attorney General's office? No. So within minutes of my dismissing my chief deputy, the Attorney General's office decided they would not represent us in the area of redistricting, even though it's the Attorney General's office that advises us, all 64 of the registrars throughout the whole state. But as soon as I release this person, all of a sudden, they can't advise me. So according to statute, what is it, 18... I think it's 54. Then I go to the DA. Well, the DA doesn't want to do it because he does business with y'all.
The DA was elected by the people figure this out, so he should have represented you.
He decided no, that he felt like that was a conflict of interest. So then, Ms. Brannon, you just go get another attorney, and the council will have to pay for it. They'll agree to the price. So I talked to an attorney who was, okay, let's talk about this. The next day, I'm slammed. I can't talk to you. So then I get another referral. Go talk to this attorney. He's interested. He'll take it. How is he going to get paid at $475 an hour? I said, the council is supposed to pay it. He laughed. He said, Plaquemines Council is notorious for not paying their legal bills. So I continued to ask attorneys. No help. None of this makes sense. Absolutely none of it. And then today I learned that we have a council member that's in business with my former chief deputy. And let me ask you this, if we have, I'm sorry, I have the floor. If we have District 8 that now goes from Narren all the way to Engineers Road, why are we carving pieces of District 8 out to put into 7? Why didn't we just drop the line? So District 8 goes from almost the Empire Bridge to Engineers Road, on one side of the road.
All right, Ms. Brannon, you've had your say. Now, you've accused me of being a business partner. What is the company name?
I'll have it. Wait, hang on. All right. For anybody who's interested, because I do fact check. This is on the Secretary of State's website. As of today, it's called Accountability FBI Incorporated. It's at 2337 Magazine Street in good standing. The file date is 5/6/2022. The first agent is Michael Zummer. The next one, Officer Benedict Roussel.
Yes.
1012 Epsilon. The next officer is Michelle Wilcox, Treasurer and Director, 112 Hunt Street. Then, you want to keep going? George Breedy, Jane Turner, and Michael Zimmer.
Yes. Okay, so let me explain to you. That is not a business. I sit on a nonprofit board for FBI whistleblowers nationwide.
Good.
And we handle that. So when you say it's a business, there's no compensation, and we do free legal work for FBI agents who are whistleblowers. So I just want you to be clear when you make those accusations about business that that's what we deal with. FBI whistleblowers nationwide.
Which I am. I am a whistleblower right now because there's some serious things that happen.
Right, and you will have your day. If this passes, which will be not today, this is asking the election supervisors of the state to give you your fair day and your due process. And that's what's going to happen.
And I have done nothing to
We're not saying you
deserve
do
this
anything wrong.
except let your friend go, and this is retaliation.
Well, that's your opinion, but thank you for your comments. Any further comments on the item? Yes, sir.
I have something else to say.
Yes.
So in the resolution, Mr. Danny or Ms. LaHaye had on 23, it says Ms. Brennan has gone so far as to allege that district lines were altered after the plan was adopted, moving voters from one district to another, which allegations is wholly false. So
when the issue came up with there, because there is a candidate who qualified for District 8 because they had not populated District 8-2 with the voters who actually live in the new District 8-2. When he went to qualify, it came up that he was still in Precinct 8-2, which is a part of District 8. And when the error was discovered that the voters in Precinct 8-2A had not been assigned to Precinct 8-2A so that they would be in District 7, that's when he learned that he actually lived in District 7. Now, I do know that from speaking with Mr. Kogovich did, if you look at the maps that were attached to that original ordinance you passed, it's absolutely clear that that area is part of District 7. You can see it right there on the map. And so the allegation was raised that, and because I heard it from multiple members, that Ms. Brennan was alleging that we had changed the maps after qualifying to move a candidate into a different district. And that was just simply false. It just did not happen. The maps are exactly the same maps as were passed, with one exception. And Mr. LaFrance, you came up with this. Apparently, y'all moved the line between precinct 7-1 and 7-2, moved it back in 2014, pre-me. The Census Bureau did not recognize that line had been moved, so when they when they sent the PL data down, it still had the old line. When we discovered it, we reached out to the Secretary of State's office. Because it did not do anything to any district, it maintained the boundaries of all the districts. The Secretary of State said that the ordinance that we discovered from 2014 took precedence over the error in the census data, so they allowed us to manually move the line to the location that the 2014 ordinance said it was, which had the effect of making sure that people who were in precinct 7-2 when they really should have been the whole time. And actually, we went back and checked. Those people had been voting in precinct 7-2 since y'all made the change in 2014. But as far as moving a line or changing the map, it simply was false. And that's the sort of thing that, in my communications with the Secretary of State's office, have created an issue. Is it makes people believe that kind of, if people say it, it makes them believe it happened, and it simply didn't. And there's no evidence that it happened. On the registrar's office contacted me early on. Mr. Arbor, you're aware there was an issue with Melvin Lane. After I explained it to Ms. Wilcox, she realized it. What she had done is put everybody who lived on Melvin Lane in the same precinct. But in fact, Melvin Lane is a precinct boundary, which means the people that live on one side of the street are in one precinct. And just that little bit. I mean, it's a little bitty piece of Melvin Lane that does that. But y'all know from going through the process that no matter where you draw the line, you're going to have someone living on one side of it and the other, and roads are oftentimes boundary lines. So once I showed her on the map and showed her in the written description, she then realized the mistake and corrected it. And I think that's what the Secretary of State's office has been trying to work at, is making sure the voters are put in the correct precincts. They have verified that the precincts and the districts align, that the precincts that y'all have and the districts that y'all adopted are the same, like they align. It's just a matter of making sure that the voters get assigned based upon where their house is physically located.
I have one more question.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I'll be done. Line 34, you have, the council has received a report of investigation of conduct and performance of registered voters Sharon Brendan, which includes that the register has committed willfully misconduct relating to official duty, willfully and persistently failed to perform her duty, engaged in persistent public conduct prejudicial to the administration of the laws relative to registered voters. So is that the report you were talking about that you gave us?
The statute sets forth, even the State Board of Election Supervisors can only take action, discipline, or termination of a registrar for certain reasons. 3 of the reasons set forth in the statute: 1 is willful misconduct relating to the official duty, the other is willful and persistent failure to perform her duty, and the other is persistent public conduct prejudicial to the administration of the laws relative to the registration of voters. And for example, one of the issues that we discovered through reviewing the text messages was that the registrar had requested her deputy registrar release to her confidential error and login data, to which the deputy said, no, I'm not allowed to do that, citing the security protocols that she had been trained on in the Secretary of State's office. I confirmed with the Secretary of State's office that not only was she correct in saying no, but they had actually told Ms. Wilcox, you're right, you're not allowed to give that to anyone. Additionally, there is a text message indicating that, and it's actually the day Ms. Wilcox was terminated, there's a text message from Ms. Brannon to Ms. Wilcox asking if she had a conversation with an attorney with the Attorney General's office. And Ms. Wilcox said yes. Ms. Brannon asked her why she didn't tell about it. She said, yes, I did. Then there's a comment about not being on the same team, and then she terminated her that day. Certainly, one of the obligations of the registrar of voters in the statute is to uphold the integrity of the election laws. The apparent termination of an employee because they cooperated with an investigation by the Attorney General's office seemed to step over that line. Again, I'm issuing my opinion. The ultimate decision will be made by the State Board of Election Supervisors on whether or not they believe there is conduct sufficient to either discipline or terminate. But until that issue is put before them, they can't take it up.
Well, the only concern I have is that in your report, it looks like you're just got information from Ms. Wilcox, and I don't think you've got any from Ms. Brennan. That's the only issue I have with you, Mr. Garrett, is you didn't listen to both sides of the story. I'm not saying she's right or wrong. I was going to support this, but obviously we're having some impatient issues right here for some reason. So we're going to defer it. I was going to also let the state
respond to any of this? I don't even know where to start. Actually, what I'm doing is in the best interest of the voters. What he said about moving the lines with Melvin Drive, that was a mistake. That was on our office. It needed to be corrected, but the correction should not have gone into effect until after this election. This is a federal election. Absolutely nothing was supposed to happen after July 13th with regard to moving. So people, if lines didn't get moved, there were certainly people that got moved in and out of districts. That absolutely happened and continued to happen, and it wasn't supposed to. It happened without state approval, and it happened without my knowledge. So that's one. Let me think. I should have brought a pencil up here to write down what he was saying. But, and it seems that in this day and age of voter insecurity, that we would move forward and create 6 new precincts that have absolutely no relationship to our collective understanding of how to read our districts and precincts. Because we've known historically, if you're in 1-2, that means District 1, Precinct 2. So now all of a sudden, we're doing something totally different. I have to have a cheat sheet next to every phone, and we're sending them out with the voting machine so that when people walk in and they're in 6-1A, okay, you get District 1, right? And if I'm in 8-1A, I'm really in 7. So that is very, very difficult to understand and unnecessarily confusing. Now, these little isolated incidences that he said, I did ask Ms. Wilcox to please give her password to one of the employees when she was out of the office. I couldn't come in. I had COVID for the second time, and I had one employee there who Michelle had taken her email away from her and because the state only gives us 3 emails. So I had one, she had one, and Debbie had one. Well, she was mad at Debbie.
Can I get my point in? 'Cause
I'm sorry.
It seems like you're trying to use this to defend, to represent your case. You need to do that at another time. I really want to go back to where you were at, Ms. Newberry, with this. There's a lot of confusion around this. Because what I was understanding is that this is not the State Board of Election doing that. It seems like this all happened because Ms. LaHaye, somebody in the public, told us something. And because somebody told Ms. LaHaye something in the public, all of a sudden remove it. I don't even agree with a lot of stuff that Brandon is saying about the precinct, because I have to live with the fact that the naval base is my district. The lines were drawn that way. So all the stuff around the lines, that's not even interest to me, because we all have to live with that. But it's a lot of other things that's involved. I don't know, hearing the attorney right here, I think he's too close to this matter. It seemed to me like it's very personal. He took this on personal, because it seemed like he's leading the investigation against Brandon, rather than being a neutral people. It looks like he's somewhere is a conflict of interest. First of all, I think he needs to be removed from it, because he's too close to the issue. I don't know, because you're questioning the redistricting, I don't know with it, but he's too close to the matter. I'm hearing a lot of conflict of information with him, and I don't know, he used the word we and I too many times, so he don't say who is we and who's what. Something about this is not setting right with me at all, at all. And I don't have I'm not here to support Brent. I'm looking at this process. Something is not making sense. Because we shouldn't let one person in the public go to Ms. LaHaye and say something about any official.
Excuse me, sir. Don't use my name and say what happened with me. Not one person came to me.
Who came to you?
I saw the newspaper article came to me.
Okay.
And I realized we had an issue. We have an election coming up, and I want the public to feel that our elections are honest and straight. Ms. Turley can speak on that behalf, and we are regarded, Louisiana is. We don't fire. We can't investigate this. I don't know if she picked up the phone and called somebody. I don't know if she told anybody anything in her office, because we're not investigators. If we do this process, she will get her due process with the Secretary of State. And then she has for them to discipline, train, discipline, let her go, or do whatever it is that they do. But we don't have that power. All we can
Excuse
do.
me, I was only going by what I heard you say, so I misinterpreted.
You didn't hear me say that anybody.
But I heard
one
you
person
say
told me
public.
anything.
I got it from the public. I heard you make the statement. I got it from the public.
No,
That's how
I
you saw it.
read, and that meant.
Okay, I hear the red. I didn't hear the red
That
part.
meant the newspaper article and all of the stuff that has come out. We don't
And
fire.
what you did after you did that, who you went to after you read the newspaper article?
No, I didn't go to anybody. I just felt like that I talked to Miss Kim. Is everything, I conferred with Danny Garrett, who is the council attorney, and the only thing that this group can do is do what this said tonight. We didn't ask for her to be fired. We asked for her to for the state to take it over, who can do an investigation.
Did you read what this
We
say?
can't do
Did
an
you
investigation.
this say a resolution urging the removal? See, that's not what you're saying. See, this saying is that this council is urging the removal of the registered voter. You saying you're urging the removal, so you are actually taking a position.
Yes.
You need to change the wording.
The removal of her as the registrar of voters until an investigation can happen by the state, and that will be determine whether she stays, whether she's disciplined, whether she's removed. We don't have that power.
Well,
they do. We're not investigators. We can't investigate.
Here's my concern. Like again, I'm not here at all to support Brand. Let me make that clear, because I don't agree with a lot of stuff she's saying about the redistricting, because that's confusing to everybody. So no, let me just say that. I just want to make that clear to everybody. But what I'm concerned about is the process of a governing body saying, urging the removal of, and this could be the clerk of court, this could be anybody. But I'm just saying, and then you having the attorney for the parish sort of going all, I'm confused of half of the stuff he's saying. So I'm just saying something about this just ain't right.
We understand, we appreciate your comments, but this is the process.
Yeah.
And if you don't like it, that's the way it is.
Well, I understand if you tell yourself I don't like it, that's the way it is. But as a citizen, I'm trying to get some clarity. It's not about whether I like it, take it or leave it. So you can't tell me as a citizen if I don't like it, take it or leave it. I don't think that's the attitude you should take. You see, because I can say you should take the same attitude you're telling me.
I am taking that attitude.
No, you're not.
Well, we can argue to disagree. I'm taking the position that this is the process. And if we don't.
And so shouldn't I have a right to express my disagreement over the process?
Yes, and I said that.
No, that's not how you said it. You said take it or leave it. Ms. Russell, the way you say that is totally different than what I said it. You should accept what I say and not tell me take it or leave it. That's not the response to this.
The process is set up by the Secretary of State's office. We have no control over the process of what they're going to do.
But I'm saying, the way you navigating the process I'm talking about. See, that's what I'm keep trying, is the way the council is navigating the process. This body is urging the removal of a person by the Secretary of State. I thought it was based on what Mr. Garrett saying, that I thought the Secretary of State was getting rid of her because she wasn't coming to work. So I'm here, like I say, it's a lot of stuff in here, and I just made, because I'm on the outside, I'm not in to know. But there's a lot of stuff in here that's really confusing.
Reverend, I'm going to call the Secretary of State next time, and I'll give you an answer. give their point of view.
But I'm saying
This
there's a
is
lot
what
of
we have to
confusion.
do to
That's
get
all.
to the
I
bottom
can
of this.
understand it's confusion. It was confusing to us as well until we contact the Secretary of State and they tell us the process. And that's basically what we got to do, what they recommend.
You know, I've been doing early voting for about the last 10 years. Sharon was there. The other lady was there. Election comes up in 2 more weeks. Early voting. I love it. I love doing it. I love greeting the people. But this, man, this is totally confusion. I can imagine people coming up and asking. I had about 10 people asking that, well, Bromore now, man, what's wrong with the election? Somebody's really got to be getting into this, and it's just too close to the election to be dealing with this. You know, the election should be fair for everybody. We don't need to be doing this close to the election. After the election, do what you want to do. After the election, do what you want to do.
Well, we still need to get to the bottom.
But that's what, you need to get to the bottom of it. But you need to wait till after the election.
Well, the process has already started, so.
You know, and that's my point. I have nothing against Michelle, nothing against Miss Sharon. But the process, and this is right now a little bit, it's just not right. It's not the right time. And I wish you as representative could see that for your constituents.
But let me ask,
people who got to vote, they're going to be questioning you on this.
let me ask you this. Why is it not the right time if we're trying to make sure the election is handled properly?
Because
Do we wait till after the election?
this just something that blew up all over a sudden, Benny, and everybody's on the quiet part of the deal. Let's just be straight up and honest. When you introduced it just a while ago, nobody had nothing to say. Come on, if you're going to be transparent about something, put it on the table. Put it on the table.
That's why it's here.
Ms. LaHaye, this was your resolution. You should have started off with that what you feel she should be removed for. I'm just being real about it. You want to holler about transparency? Let it rip. But do it right for everybody. Well, why introduce the resolution
It's
that
not
you
the
can't?
process. The Secretary of
Hold on,
State has
hold on.
to do this.
Hold on, Mr. Arbor.
I agree, this is a mess.
Yeah.
Looks bad to the public.
Yes.
These maps, as you know, there was 4 of us voted against them. We didn't want them. Back early then. Our register of voter came to this chambers and urged us to pass those maps as they were at that time to give our office the time she needed to do it. That wasn't done. I didn't know my district was inaccurate until the office sent out the voter registration cards, and a constituent who I had promised was in 3 got a thing saying they were in 4. I at that time contacted our attorney, who helped with the maps, contacted the Register of Voters office. We got it fixed. Trying to do everything we can to get it right prior to the election. At that time, I'd notify, and either this chambers or down the road, I let all of my fellow council members know there might be some issues. They need to check their district maps to make sure we get it right.
That's what I want.
From my understanding, from that day going forward, that's what we've done, and everything is right and up to par for this election going forward.
I wanted you to come forward. I want people to, say what you got to say. Don't just sit there and don't say nothing. There's a reason. Hey, if you're going to be man enough to do something, man up to it. Man up to it.
Well, let me say this, man. Are you finished?
Yeah, I'm finished, Benny.
What?
Because I don't have any problems with my district.
Me either.
My district's fine.
So, you know what I'm saying? So why bring it up?
Because there are other issues, as you've heard. Anyway.
The public is looking at y'all right now, and they're looking at y'all crazy. I can guarantee you that.
I didn't support the maps.
Yes, sir.
Burgard Turner, 161 East Bellevue. I understand the process that the state is going to do a review but your hands aren't clean because you're initiating it, right? There's something going on here.
Because we're what?
Benny, it might not affect you, but it definitely affects me. At one point, you had people in Diamond voting in Belle Chase. I understand that was corrected. What we have going on is voter suppression due to voter confusion. Totally uncalled for. You've got District 7 precincts named 8 in District 7. 8-2A is in District 7. I understand the maps hadn't changed, right? But here's the problem. You had the legislation on February 24th naming 8-2A and 8-2-1 being in District 7. May 26th, the legislation changed whereby 8-2A and 8-1A were merged with 7-1 and 7-2. I bought a list of registered voters from the Secretary of State last week. 8-2A is listed in District 8. I've got a problem. I really don't see how we can go forward with the election the way it is right now. It might not affect you, but it definitely affects me. I've got an issue. And you guys might think that it's no big deal, right? We're not going to blow this over. And to take action against Ms. LaHaye, that's a problem. If she needs assistance, you bring the state in and can overlook it. But if you want to make her the scapegoat, that's a problem.
Burkhardt, whose job do you think it is to fix those problems?
I don't think it's the state's, right? But you're initiating it. She's becoming the scapegoat. Here's my point. Look, right now we've got a candidate who's in District 7 running in District 8. How do we go forward with the election based on that? It's illegal. It violates our charter. Tell me why it's not illegal, Mr. Garrett, and I'll tell you why it is.
And this issue came up. There's a provision of the state constitution which would supersede the charter. It's been interpreted by numerous courts. In fact, the Secretary of State has this on their website as well. It's well-settled law. In the first regular election after a redistricting, if you are moved from one district to another because of redistricting, because that always happens, you have the option of running in the district that you are now in, or you can run in the district in which you were in. If you choose the latter, you are required to move into the district. If you win, you're required to move into the district before you take office. That is a well-settled issue of Louisiana law. It is on the Secretary of State's website. I've sent the citation to people who've asked for it. It is the law. And you know, it's for that very reason, so that if you do get redistricted out of your district, you can actually go back and run in it. You just have to move into it before you can take office. That's an exception that's provided for. It's based in our state constitution.
So how does this candidate?
May I respond to him on that? I can wait if you need me to.
Go ahead, please.
What he just gave you is it's a fallacy of sweeping generalization. What he's saying state law is, in this case, doesn't apply to us because we're a home rule charter. When you look at the supersession clause in our charter, it says that if there's a conflict between our charter and the state legislation, our charter prevails. Right now, our charter does not allow and does not have a provision that the state has. And so for you to just use this generalization that this state law applies to us, it's a gross misinterpretation, because it does not. It violates our charter. Any of you can look it up. Look up the supersession. You probably know it, Mr. Benny. And so, but for now, for us to say that the state law is going to overrule our charter, when our charter says you have to reside in a district, and the fact that that individual was qualified in District 8, living in District 7, the list that I bought last week from the Secretary of State shows 8-2A as being in District 8, not District 7.
So Burkhardt, listen, the way I see this, first of all, our charter does not trump state law. Our charter allows us to have authority that the state law does not prohibit us from having. It's reversed. So we can do things that are not prohibited by state law, but we can't violate state law. The second thing is the issue about your list being inaccurate. Whose job is it, but other than the register of voters, to fix that? Had there been an effort to fix those things and not go through what we've gone through about discrediting the public election and fixing the problems, then we wouldn't be here today. And we keep on beating this, and we're discrediting the democratic process that we shouldn't be discrediting. We should be working to fix it. And I don't see any effort here tonight to try to fix it. I see a lot of effort here to say kick it down the road and we'll fix it later. But we need an election that's going to be confident that when the people go, they feel confident in the process. And I don't see that happening tonight.
The process needs to be a fair process and needs to be consistent and accurate. And right now, what you've stated that our charter, you act as though it has no bearing in comparison to the state, whereas the state approved the charter that we have, and in their approval, it states that in that supersession clause. Well, go to the clause. In the supersession clause, maybe I'm misinterpreting it. Read it to us.
Well, I can just tell you, as the one who's been doing this for over 25 years, no one's charter supersedes the state constitution. This provision emanates from the state constitution.
Read the charter.
And with all due respect, the state did not approve your charter. Y'all adopted your own charter under provisions that allow for a parish or a municipality to adopt a charter. And there are exceptions for when, for example, the legislature is prohibited from passing laws that govern your internal workings if they violate your charter. But that's not this. State election law trumps. And this provision emanates from the state constitution. As I said, it's an incredibly well settled issue of law. It's not even that uncommon. It's designed specifically so that if someone feels like that they were moved to a different district so they can't run, they have the opportunity to run in either race.
And what I'm saying is that would be correct, right, if it didn't violate our home rule charter. That's what I'm saying. And it does.
Well,
then also, well, right now, Benny, how do you explain the situation where we're saying that A2A is in District 7, and the list I got just last week is showing A2A in District 8?
Because the registered voter needs to fix it if the cards are wrong. That's the point. We don't move people in different districts. They do. And so it's not happening. You're justifying our position.
Yeah, but you want to fire the person who's leading the department, in whom the Attorney General wouldn't give any assistance, right? Want to assist the person that was fired, not willing to assist her, kicks it over to the DA, and then now she has to get her own attorney. And you expect me to believe that everything is only up and up?
That's not accurate.
It's completely accurate.
The DA refused for a specific reason, whatever that is.
Wait, why did the Attorney General refuse? Because that's how we got kicked to the DA.
You'd have to ask him.
Right.
However,
right.
If they all...
So I'm supposed to think that everything is on the up and up?
No. Listen,
right.
There's a process. If the Attorney General recuses himself to the local DA, ask the local DA why he is not representing her. And if he's not representing her, then she has the ability to hire a lawyer at approval of the Attorney General, and we have to pay the bill. We know that.
But I think the hypocrisy, Benny, is that we want to remove her instead of giving her the assistance, and she's the one who's bringing this to light, right? That's where the whistleblower comes in. She brings it to light. Now we remove her. If that's not retaliation, I don't know what it is, man.
No, it's not retaliation.
Okay.
We're trying to get her to fix it, and
by removing it instead of giving her the assistance, right? The state monitors elections all the time. So instead of you bringing in the state to monitor it, you want to get rid of her. If that's not a cover-up, I don't know what it is.
Mr. Turner.
Oh, that's terrible.
Mr. Turner, what's been going on?
What's terrible?
You think I covered something up?
I don't know who.
Well, that's an accusation. That's exactly right. You don't know who did.
But I know something. I know they're not willing to service her.
What I'm telling you is, and we've all tried to tell you all night, we don't fire anybody.
But you start the process.
No.
Okay.
We asked the state to do an investigation. They're not necessarily going to fire her unless they find she did wrong.
I'm not going to take up too much more time because it's the voters that are suffering right now, and I want to assure our voters that I am making every effort to clear this up. I am doing my job. I have done my job. Excuse me?
I didn't say anything.
I have done my job, and just because you have no information about what's going on and what my journey has been through this, you don't know how many phone calls I've made to the state, etc. I've even reached out to you guys in emails, letting you know we have these precincts that have a problem. While we're making changes, if all these other changes are okay, let's change that too. No, we couldn't do that. So, I'm sorry, Mr. Blink, am I boring you?
No, you're not boring me. I'm very frustrated because what's been going on here and what's been going on maybe with you has been extremely erratic. It's a lot of erratic behavior that has led up to this, and it makes everybody look bad. It seems from the correspondences that I've looked at that there were many emails back and forth between the Secretary of State's office, and they provided very clear guidance on what to do, and you as a new register of voters probably should have been taking some of that advice. You weren't attending training, you weren't around, you didn't log in for like more than 100 days or something.
That is not accurate.
Well, from where we're sitting, that's kind of what happened. And the thing is, look, this is calling into question the integrity of elections in Louisiana. It's very unbecoming. It's all like confusion, some easy mistakes, you trying to keep your job because you haven't been around, and now it's like, it's just a train wreck.
Okay. And it is. And if we want to foster voter confidence, we don't do it by shoving things under the rug. I have had issues with the Secretary of State responding to me since I took the job, and there was no key to my post office box. When I took this job, I started the day before early voting in November of 2020. Mail ballots go to P.O. Box 989. When I walked in, mail ballots were left in the lobby or in the little plastic mailbox on the front porch at our physical address. It took me 2 months to train the post office to say, you can't do that. I have to have a chain of custody with these ballots. I have fought everything. You know, Richie, because you told me that you got threatened when you voted for me. I got appointed 8-0. And there were a lot of people that were not happy with that appointment, and I have had to work and scrap for everything. And I'm sorry you think that's funny, Mr. Alborough, but you got your votes moved just in time, didn't you?
You're inaccurate. You didn't get voted 8-0, because I am the only council member that did vote against.
Oh, 8-1. I'm sorry.
And so, look, I voted for you, and it doesn't make any difference to where we're at today. I had confidence in you at the time. I've lost confidence.
And you shouldn't, because you're basing that on one person.
So I'm basing it on what I'm seeing happening here. Look at this confusion that we're going through.
I'm frustrated because none of you have reached out to ask me a single question except Richie and Carlton.
Let me just say this. This has got to come to an end.
Okay.
And, I would believe that we can move forward and let the state hear your complaints, your grievances, and move forward.
Absolutely.
And they will make the decision, not us.
Okay. We do need to follow the rules.
Yes, we do. And, we're going to defer this tonight and move on.
Okay.
And we'll see what happens.
We will.
I would think, Sharon, that you would want that. If you've done nothing wrong.
I have nothing to hide.
You have then you should want to go to the state, let the investigation start.
Absolutely.
Then you can prove your point. We can't, you're talking to the wrong group.
Apparently I am.
Oh, we can't investigate. We can't do anything.
No, and I'll tell you, I will go to the state. I'll be subjected to any investigation willingly, 100%, and I am not going to lawyer up. I have nothing to hide. I will.
I don't
whatever.
blame you. That's what I would do.
My problem is you're not calling for an investigation. You're calling for a removal and to investigate the removal. You're calling for removal. If you would just be calling for an investigation, you still would have the state coming in to help. The election would go on. But no, you're calling for her removal. The confusion, you're part of the confusion as a group, right? Now, we want to use Sharon as a scapegoat, like she's erratic and we have all of these problems because of Sharon. She didn't create the maps.
The maps aren't the problem.
Read that.
If you look at the situation, Burkhart, the maps are not the problem.
The precincts are the problems.
People are not put in the right precincts.
The precincts are the problem.
Burkhart.
You
need to understand
the naming convention is the problem.
The what?
The naming convention.
No.
You're in District 7 calling it 828.
Anyway,
We
thank
got
you
to
for your
take that
comments.
up with the state.
All right, next item, please. Next item.
I believe we're at 11F, District 5 update, Mr. Rousseau.
Yes, at this time, I think it's about time to defer.
GE, District 6 update, Councilmember Newberry.
Well, I'm not deferring mine because I was asked to put this on the agenda. Mr. Roussel.
Yes, ma'am.
Wrong Roussel.
Wrong Rousseau.
Oh.
She missed that one over there.
I knew that. Better lie. I mean, you can
I have constituents that are really in desperate need of getting their ditches cut, and obviously, I think, have y'all started cutting ditches in the Jessup Bend area, and also scraping and digging so they can have some relief for next hurricane season? They want to know if y'all have a game plan for the winter, and what are y'all going to do about the vegetation in the canal? Is that something y'all going to implement when the levee's done? I think it should have been implemented before the levee started, so just want a game plan. Any game plan?
We're going to do the best we can with the amount of employees we
Absolutely.
have.
Thank you, Mr. Russo.
We are digging some ditches in Jesuit Bend area. As soon as the tractors get there, they'll be cutting. We have two. One of the A-booms, the hose is busted on the inside.
Heavy equipment to clean out some of these ditches, to kind of just scrape them down, to help with some of the vegetation that's just overgrown. I mean, even though y'all cut them, you still have a lot of vegetation. The remark is the water still flows, but the problem is the people don't believe that. They feel like all the vegetation is really affecting the drainage, and it's also affecting the mosquito problem that we have too. So.
We are cleaning ditches in Jesuit Bend area. We're doing the best with the amount of operators we have. We have three.
We have 3 operators that can handle the ditch issues.
The excavators. yes,
Excavators. Are they cutting grass? Or are they actually excavating?
They excavate.
Where are they
Run the
excavating?
backhoe.
I haven't seen anybody excavating in Jesup Bend in a long time.
Okay.
Just
We
want to
don't-
let you know.
We're doing the best we can.
Thank you.
Any further business to come before the council?
Actually, Mr. Rousseau, I'm informed that we started item 10 on the approval of the minutes, but there was not actually a vote, so we need to go back to item 10, approval of the minutes of the September 22nd, 2022 meeting.
I'll second.
Been an offer and a second on the adoption of the minutes for the September the 22nd, 2022 regular meeting. Any comments or questions on the meeting minutes? Hearing none, machine is open on the adoption of the minutes. And the minutes are adopted.
And you had one item, which was H, discussion of the bid for Building 800 renovation for the 911 call center. Councilmember Rousseau.
I put that on the agenda because at the last meeting, we were told that we were using Venture Global money to build this building, and I went back and looked at the agreement, and the agreement does not say that it's to be used for construction. It's to be used for a one-time payment of $500,000 to be used by PPG as capital outlay money for the procurement of new emergency dispatch and communication system to be installed in the new building.
I wasn't aware that it said that. I'll follow up with engineering tomorrow.
So where's good? Okay.
Illegal, huh? If it's in a contract?
It's in the contract.
That would be a legal question?
I don't know what, whoever wants to answer, but they would say they were using it for the building, and it doesn't say to be used for the building.
We'll have the conversation tomorrow.
Thank you. That's why, anything else? I don't have anything else other than discussion of the recent purchased tractors. We had that discussion earlier where I believe y'all purchased tractors without the appropriation, but we'll talk about it at the next meeting. Any further comments or business to come before us tonight? Hearing none.
I hope not.
Motion to adjourn by Councilman LaFrance, second by Councilman Arborough. The machine's open. And the meeting is adjourned at whatever time it is. What time is it? 8:39. Thank you all for coming.